Alright, alright. It has been a minute for us, though it'll probably feel like no time has passed at all for the rest of you. We are back with another episode of the Shadow Guardians. As a quick recap, some of us, or I should clarify, some of us are missing today. Uh, I believe that we should have. Well, hopefully we'll see if the one that we were waiting for shows up. But at the moment, we just will have Titus and Apani here, which is fine. This is mostly going to be a talking session, and other players will be updated
Uh,
as things come back, or as they come. But anyway, let's get a little recap because it has been a minute for us. So let's get a quick recap as to what happened last time.
yeah, because I completely forgot.
That is all right. So let me just grab the thing real quick. Squad. All right, here we go. So it has been, or it had previously been, around 10 or so days since your previous operation. Or I think it was around 7. Yeah, sorry, it was around 7 to 10 days or so since your previous operation. In that operation, you had went to the Isle of Iconfall, a place that seemed to be somewhat kind of on the border between Memorem and the Consortium's land, or I guess territory, though still kind of, I guess, more on the Memorem side. Memorem had been constructing or building a kind of forward operating base you found out there for some multiple reasons, but one of the reasons seemed to be for in preparation for the summit, gathering some materials and such they wanted to show as to bring a more vibrant and more eye-opening, I guess, understanding of what the Memorem people and culture kind of stood for past the Rising War and such, as well as to show that they are, of course, still around and kicking and have not been, well, are not as discouraged as some might think from the Consortium Wars and such. Or not Consortium War, sorry, the Rising War and the Consortium's, we'll say, pushes in the previous era. But past that, you were all called there to aid with some incidents happening around the area, as the Memorem forces had been encountering some pirates in the area as part of the Leviathan Strife group, as well as some odd kind of, well, at the time it was unknown, but some odd beast attacks, which you eventually discovered was tied to a illness or strange pathogen called BOS. Something that your group has loosely heard of before, but now is one of your first times really actually dealing with it. Um, I believe your group split into two groups to deal with this problem. One of them stayed behind to go and try to converse with the pirates or Leviathan Strife and kind of reach an armistice of sorts and ascertain what their problem was. While the other group went to go find the primary BOS infected creature and seek out the Memorem group that was sent ahead of your group to kind of deal with the problem and had not been really reporting much back at that point. With the BOS group, they encountered a frostman or a BOS infected frost manager along with some of its brood. It seemed as if the creature had been drawn to this area after some of the end of the fighting had ensued, or after the fighting had ensued, and after trying to kind of study some of the creatures a bit more, it was discovered that that was the case. With Latricia, I believe, marking both or leaving a tracker on both creatures so the guild could track them, and Imiko and Crow discovering an interesting ability and affinity, I guess you could say, to being able to somehow siphon out BOS energy from some creatures, though it seems as though it only works more when they are severely weakened or subdued somewhat, as they had to reduce the overall health of the creature to actually siphon the BOS off of them. This does seem to have had some drawbacks in some ways, as both Imiko and Crow, after doing this, proceeded to start. It seemed as though they were either getting fatigued or their spiritual aura was beginning to become unstable in some ways, which needed them to take kind of a moment. Along with that, both Latricia and Apani, though Apani not as much, proceeded to also get slightly infected with VOS temporarily. Though it seems that because their exposure was only very limited, it was not long BOS like many of the Memorens they had discovered were suffering from. And to that extent, they saw how the effects of long BOS can look, which can be quite uh, difficult to deal with, as it seems to be a range of things from what you'd expect from a very bad illness of shortness of breath, fatigue, vomiting, and things like that, to more along the line of curses with spiritual energy being more wavering and unstable, to even the mind of a creature seemingly starting to unravel, seeing hallucinations and such, as they encountered with one particular Morin. Uh, However, while long BOS doesn't exactly have a cure, it with the appropriate medical attention, its effects can at least be mitigated, and with proper not withdrawal, but with proper care, they can kind of be suppressed in some ways. The other group proceeded to meet with the Raiders, or I should say, with Leviathan Strife, which was Titus and Allure, Bauru, and I believe Seiyun, along with their, well, not really friend, but their acquaintance, it seems. Uh, what was her name? Kada? Was that her name? Kaida? Kada? Yes, Kada. Yes, it was, which you found out to be one of, Yondu, the current lead, one of the main leaders of Leviathan Strife, who happened to be there, one of their kind of like first mates, so to speak, uh, as they had proceeded to aid you in finding Yondu and the rest of the Leviathan Strife for this kind of meeting. With meeting with Yondu, it seemed that he was, while there was a lot of warnings about how Yondu might act to the party, it seemed that he was a little bit more, I guess, a little bit more composed than the party had initially was let off to believe. With him proceeding to talk with Titus and some of the others about the general reason that they were actually here and that they were actually trying to get the Memorians to leave the island, as their mystics and shamans had kind of discovered something odd about the island, something unnatural and unstable to a certain extent. And proceed to give them a little bit of lore about well, alluding to the idea of something called the terrors of the deep and the wrath of the sea, as they put it. Um, as well as some things that the party has seen and that they have seen happening as of late. With this kind of realization and the indication that the pirates here were at least reasonably able to converse, they decided, Titus and the others decided to have devise a meeting between both of the leaders, Tahari Hakma and Yondu Ferris here. Tahari Hakma being the main leader of the Memoran group at the time there. This meeting was relatively quick, with some words, definitely some exchanges between both parties towards each other, in some negative senses, we'll say. But overall, after some kind of coaching from both Titus and the name's escaping me. What's her name? Feather chick, or not feather chick. What's her name? Uh, I'm sorry. There's been so many names in my head lately. Who is your current
Not so
handler?
easy keeping up with the names, is it?
Listen, when you have 400 names to keep track of, then you can talk, alright? You only have like 10. Um, what is her
Aya.
name? Thank you, Kaya. Yes, Kaya. Kaya and Titus proceeded to kind of get the two parties to be a little bit more amicable, at least enough to talk. But yes, after that, they agreed with the admission that the guild would be kind of on its way to deal with a lot of the problems on this area or on this island and kind of survey the area. They would agree to leave temporarily. If the problem persisted, though, there was some mild indication they may return, but they seem to trust the guild a bit more about their, we'll say, ecological conservation efforts than Memora. But either way, after that, this leads into what kind of happened in the last session. After around 7-ish, 10 days, with the guild arriving and some. Oh, right, I forgot that also happened. The guild arrived, and along with Lyshishka, and there was a request from the guild. One of the members of the party, specifically one of the paracausal members of the party, would need to stay behind as they believed something, what's the word I'm looking for? Aberrations? Abnormalities, that's the word, abnormalities, that were on the isle were partially due to paracausal forces. And since that was the case, they wanted to have a paracausal user that they could match the affinity to kind of figure things out. And since they detected it as being a chaos relation, there's only one chaos wooter on the party, that being Crow Avery Abdul. Crow was requested to stay for the time being, and after some deliberation with the party and some members debating if they wanted to stay or not, Crow ultimately would stay with the guild by himself there, while the rest of the party would go on to act as Ishin's guards, as well as the general guards for the summit overall. Or one of the groups that would be one of the guards overall. We'll have to see what entails from that when you guys return. After a few more days of preparation and Ishin's arrival, along with some other forces from Memorem, your group set off to go north towards Sitiver, a place on the Lapsus province in the southern area of it. You can see your ship here. Let's focus up. Here you go. But you would have came around, if I remember correctly, yes. The route you guys went basically headed towards the Marsh Shelf and then went along the coastline here, as nobody goes into the Swelling Sea directly through it unless they're insane. That is certain death for most people. But yes, that being said, during your time traveling up north, some of your members were acting a bit odd. I believe there was some slight oddities with Brew, who seemed to be a bit just kind of out of it for the most part. Seems like maybe he was just worried about the events, as there was a kind of air of general uncertainty and concern about the summit overall among most members of the party, as well as some suspicions around Ishin Ali, the prospective leader of Memorem, as one of the ships that was accompanying the party, I believe it was 4 ships, one of them being a guild one, had proceeded to be loading some vehicles or some armored knights that the group recognized very quickly as versions of the units that attacked Titus, Balin, and Brishk and their group during their whole fiasco around 7 or 8 months ago. Though, oddly, after some investigation from both Imiko as well as Apani, I believe, asking, it seems as though these machines, while being of the same type and very similar, do have some subtle differences to the ones outside of just color that they encountered. It seems as if the units that they were encountering now might be, for lack of a better term, more standardized than the units they found. And come to find out, that's because there was a theft that had happened several, around 9 or 10 months ago when they were first testing these models out, of the original test models. But since then, while they've been trying to track down, and Ashin seemed to have recently been given this information from Adala Enterprise, the main group that develops these units along with Gorgata, they seem to be trying to narrow down where those units were taken, but they are not exactly sure. And there is foul play perceived, but not confirmed yet. Outside of that, though, Apani proceeded to talk with Ishin later the night of the first day when they were traveling, and kind of just get to know a little bit more about Ishin past their 6 months, or not get to know a little bit more of Ishin. Ask Ishin how he was feeling after so many recent altercations, we'll say. Oh, also I can share my screen for you. Let me see, because there's nothing really special on my screen. There you go. You can see. I should also get up the, one sec. Photos. Let me pull that up real quick. This is for the recording, so that there is something... Oh, no. No, 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 I didn't want to click that. Oh, here we go. It's trying to load the Toshiba drive. Yay. There we go. No, it's not working. It's really not wanting to work. Why aren't you wanting to work? Oh, because I clicked the wrong... Yeah. That'd be because I clicked the wrong document. No, no document, folder. Okay, here we go. Play. Okay, and is it playing now? There we go. Okay. Since, like, nothing's on the screen really that much, might as well just play the photo reel. Anyway, as I was, yes, Apani proceeded to talk with Ishin about how he was feeling about most things as it pertained to the summit and such. And, well, Ishin admitted several things, that he was definitely apprehensive about things, but he knew that this had to be the way for his people going forward. As that, Memorem needed the assistance, effectively. As much as he would not necessarily like to admit it, the lack of guild support, and specifically the lack of support from a lot of neighboring areas in the Consortium, was really beginning to bite down on the Memorem people and such. And that he believed it was time for Memorem to change a little bit more and start reaching out once again to their neighbors in the Consortium, yes, the Auroch Vein and Noblesse and such. Especially if they did not want to repeat the mistakes of previous generations. He also spoke about the Memorem Civil War and the Consortium's, we'll say, aggressions towards the Memorems as of the Rising War and even past then. However, in spite of all that, as I said, he was still standing for the idea that the summit need to happen. And I feel that you'll see more of what he entails with that in the future, but overall, he seemed to be still hopeful that something could be done with the state of Lapsus as a whole, and not just his country. But now, we will begin today's session. I know a very long-winded intro, but now we will begin today's session with a little bit of an acceleration of time. So it has been about maybe 3-ish days since then, overall. I believe that where we left off, technically, you were going to speak with Crow. If you still wanted to speak with Crow, feel free, but I could tell you ultimately how Crow is doing, if you'd like.
Me
Apani.
or Apani?
Apani.
Oh, Apani.
Yeah, it was
You
Apani,
can tell me how
Latricia,
Crow's
and Himiko. Oh, say it again?
Oh, you could just tell me how Crow's doing.
Coolio.
Yeah.
So, in general, your conversation with Crow would have gone well. Crow is alive well and seems like he's okay. They seem to be kind of doing a lot of... He would mention they were doing a lot of tests, it seems. The guild has a lot of knowledge, or some knowledge on paracausal wielders, but they are not super versed in everything that has to do with them as well. They're ahead of the curve, but that doesn't necessarily mean they understand a lot about them necessarily, right? Or sorry, everything about them is what I should say, not a lot about them. They do know a lot about them. They don't understand everything about them. And in this case, seeing that a paracausal wielder seems to be having some type of reaction with the island, or potentially something on the island, has significantly piqued their interests, so to speak. Which is having them, start testing some things. He doesn't seem to... he seems to kind of be noticing that there is a kind of odd feeling around, or kind of vibe around the encampment, and it's not from the guild. It seems like he's
Yeah.
noticed a lot of Memorens kind of giving him a weird look. Um, he doesn't necessarily know if it's because some of them have figured out that he's a paracausal wielder and that there's a paracausal wielder on the island with him now, or if it's something else. The guild seems to be somewhat keeping it a secret as to why Crow stayed back, and just is kind of using the tagline that they wanted somebody that had experienced the altercation and the incidents on the island to be here. But he's not sure. Something could have obviously leaked and potentially, but no one's tried to hurt him or anything. Just he's noticed some odd behaviors and stuff like that. A lot of the Memorens also seem to be a bit, or not a lot of them. Some of the Memorens also seem to be a bit strangely watchful of the guild as well. Though he imagines this might be because of the, as you know, there being this kind of being a, well, originally having trying to be a kind of secret encampment that could have been used to mount an offensive against the Consortium if things did not go well. Of course, you know, as Tahari said, that was not, they were not necessarily saying they were going to mount an offensive, of course, against the Consortium, especially with a peace summit on its way. But Memorem would like to be a little bit more prepared this time in case something were to happen, as history has shown them the Consortium is not exactly one for their word sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, outside of that, he is enjoying himself. Or I guess enjoying himself as much as he can, and he is having a fun time. He is a little bit bored in some senses, mainly because outside of the conversations and tests he's having with the guild, he doesn't really have much to do. He's kind of roamed parts of the island, but they've told him not to stray too far. And he would admit that he misses you guys.
Miss him too.
But
Yeah, we know you do.
but he knows that, you know, this is just the situation. He's also a bit worried, considering how tense things are from some of the Memorens there. He wonders if it all... I just forgot. He also would be kind of wondering if it's because of the summit itself. He's seen a couple of Memorens kind of thinking that it's a trap that the Consortium's setting up, but he doesn't necessarily believe that's the case, because technically this didn't come from the Consortium. This was a thing that Ishin initially prompted, but the other leaders around Lapsus agreed, including the Consortium, and even, you know, pulled out the whole, like, summit thing for them, like, got them to Citiver. He isn't necessarily super trusting of the Consortium, of course, but he doesn't know. He is, I guess, concerned, and mainly about you all and what could happen at the summit.
But we'll be safe.
He will say that he will hold all of you to it, and that he will tell Imiko not to get in any unnecessary fights. That includes with you, Apani.
Right.
We won't get into any.
And he will tell Latricia to make sure to monitor both of you, to make sure you don't have any you both don't have any episodes with each other. Though he will comment that you both have been pretty good about not doing that lately.
For those 3 days, I think, as much as Titus wants to confront that guy, what was his name? It wasn't a Sheen, was it?
Is that what you're talking
Oh,
about?
okay, it was a Sheen.
The Memorem leader?
As much as he wanted to, as much as he wanted to confront and talk to him, I think during the 3 days he probably would be stalling.
Okay.
Just kind of nerves,
and
just
waiting.
Also, he would be communicating more with a shadow, like taking hours out of the day
to kind of speak with it,
meditate and talk to it.
It seems as though the shadow can't speak with you. The sensations are like you are able to get kind of like emotions and sensations from it. So in a way, it's able to respond, just not in a way that's as conducive as like a conversation, like a regular conversation.
Yeah, it would just be like kind of charades, and I'd have to guess what it.
Kind of, yeah. Guess what it interpret what it means when it does a thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would say something as well. You're not sure if that's because it lacks a certain level of sentience, or if it's if it just doesn't understand exactly how to converse. It's I would say it's a hard thing to test out. But it seems receptive, at least to what you're saying. Like it's reacting to stimuli of words. It's just
I just can't tell whether or not it's based off of
yeah,
intellect or just
intuition or emotion or even your own feelings. So yeah. But you are at least aware now that it is a separate entity to you. So it's not just your soul, it's latched onto you. Balin is recovering fine from her little oopsie whoopsie that she did to get Emiko into that mech.
Yeah.
Yep. She would have had her bandages off in a few days.
Holding off of that shit.
She would have told you to bite her and continued on.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Seems I didn't have to bite you. Hate your fucking self.
She would have talked with Brisk a little bit as well, as they're sending the new model. Or wait, yeah, sorry, you have the new models loaded on the other thing, yeah. You could go and see them if you'd like, Titus, since one of them technically is for you.
Oh, if that's the case, then yeah, definitely.
The Rescue and the Redeemer. I believe your unit is the Redeemer, and Seiyun's is the Rescue. I will confirm that momentarily. That's not at all the unit I was looking for. Okay, it's not on here. It might be in technology lore. Let's look at that. This document is somewhat... There we go. Nope. Wait, was that it? No, that's a different unit. Rescue. Oh, you know what? I bet I know where it is. I bet it's not on this. Yeah, it's not. Redeemer. There we go. Yes. So, the Redeemer is... That is channeling apparatus. Well, that's not telling me the... Here we go. I can tell by the spells. Okay, so the Redeemer is indeed your unit, Titus. And the Rescue is the unit that Seiyun was made for Seiyun. Both of them... Oh, wait. Am I wrong about that? Did I get that completely wrong? Boost charger, fuel saver, that's the disruption battery. What are the spells? Ars Refracta. No, okay, I was right. Yep. The Rescue is built for more defensive and supporting based abilities, while the Redeemer is built for slightly more offensively. There is more of a cold and force affinity with the Redeemer, while the other one is, I believe, lightning and fire.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and these units were designed off kind of using some of the data obtained from the Rook unit you piloted, the Odyssey, as well as using some of the guild's like own technology, and maybe something from somewhere else, but they would not have told you that. But either way, yes, Balin, Brisk, and Crow were instrumental in designing these units. And you're kind of getting like some of the first test models that are going to be shared around to other guild teams and guild officers soon. But yes, this has been a couple months process. And they seem to
have wings.
It does not have wings, unfortunately. However,
I'm making notes
to
and
add
telling
wings.
Balin and Brish them just in general of other stuff along with the wings, but also if they could, I don't know, if they could like implement some of the functions that the Assorted has, or even like some of the parts
Mhm.
onto this as well. The next time they ever,
They
you
will
know,
definitely make custom
have
modifications
advance.
for this for you. Since these are the more standard versions of them, they haven't necessarily added the custom modifications, but they would definitely be taking
Yeah.
notes of that. One of the things they are capable of doing naturally is that these units have a channeling apparatus built into them, meaning that you can actually channel your own spells through them. They
Okay.
also have a storage of soul energy built into them already that will restore after
Nice.
a certain amount of time because they use shard technology in the core as opposed to a different type of
Okay.
generator engine. So, yep. So
That's
they
cool.
have soul energy on top of whatever soul energy you put into them. There is, however, a caveat with that, meaning that because of their being more shard technology focused, um, I don't think these are battery used, are these? No, I don't believe they're battery used. So they have a very short time of usage, and then they must take a lot of time to recharge, or you have to pump your own soul energy in to recharge them.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Fair.
Normally, this shouldn't be a problem for a battle, but for longer battles, it can become a problem.
Yeah, I can see that
Yep.
happening.
This is actually one of the issues that the reason, ironically, why the vassal unit for the chevalier made exists because the rook had issues with uptime. So they made a unit that was basically designed as a battery that could supply other units in the field. uh, that would usually be used by a higher spiritual or spiritually inclined individual. So, luckily, theirs has a little bit more time than the rook and the vassal, but still, it is something to consider. At least if you're going to try to pursue a unit. But yep, its main weapons at the moment, let me check real quick, but I believe that's the rescue. The Redeemer. Its main weapons are a channeling rifle and a spear. And a guild spear.
Mm.
It's the guild spear,
Okay.
as you would imagine, is a spear. It's a two-handed spear, with a decent amount of reach. It's used deftly, and it has got the guild energized blade property, so that's nice. And also the channeling rifle, it's got the spiritual charger augment onto or property onto it, and focus property, meaning that basically you can channel your weapon, your channel your stuff through this weapon. And also, what is it? This weapon can be empowered. Yeah, here it is. Spiritual Charger 1. This weapon can be empowered by using in increments of 6 soul charges to deal an additional 1d8 damage, up to a maximum of 24 soul charges. And you have to do this before you fire the weapon. So if you want to give yourself like a
Ooh.
large amount of, if you really think you can hit and you want to give yourself a large amount of damage on an attack, you can do so with this.
Yeah.
So it is nice. And those are the only two weapons standard with it, but there are other weapons that obviously can be equipped onto it. Since these units were made to be more light in terms of their overall like weapons, or their initial arsenal, because they already have spells and they didn't really necessarily need a lot of weapons. And this allows the person themselves to customize a little bit more with the weapons. Notably, I
Okay.
believe yours actually does have the remember that one cannon from the dungeon?
Mm-hmm.
It has that. There was enough arsenal points. It basically fills up most of the rest of the arsenal points, but you
Uh,
have that large cannon that is mounted on the back, folded up.
okay. Is it like a back attachment, like like War Machine, where it just goes over my shoulder, or is it something on the back that
Nah,
I
it's
can strap?
something that you'll have to basically de-equip your current weapons and then pull out to hold.
Okay. Good to hear.
Yep. They've fixed also the issue with it having the coolant issue and the overburn issue, so it should be able to be fired relatively well without much
Once.
damage, at least unless you keep repetitiously firing it. They do not recommend that.
Okay. Does it do less damage since they managed to fix a cooldown, or
Slightly, yes.
okay?
They fixed
That's figured.
because basically it didn't have an energy what's the word I believe energy cap on it. so it was leaking a bunch of
Yeah.
energy when it would fire, which could damage the unit,
That's right.
the gun, and you potentially if not careful. This is what happened, I believe, one time when you fired it. So they kind of fixed that issue, but because of that sealant, it is a little bit less damage. Still powerful though. Still very powerful.
It's still powerful.
But yes, there might be another thing they're working on, or someone is working on, but he hasn't mentioned that yet. So
All right.
I will not say anything about it. But besides that, yes, and I believe we have the line art for some of them, but we don't have the colors for them. I will go ahead and share that in the chat.
Okay.
Right, let me grab something real quick. That is the... Yes, I believe this is the Redeemer. Here you go. This is the unit, Titus. And test group, looking there. As soon as it decides it wants to load.
Where'd you send it?
Test group chat. Or not. Or it just might not load. Okay, we're gonna retry that. Alright, there we go. It worked. Can you see it?
Is it on?
Test group number 1, where we are currently. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
It is, yes, like I said, it's not colored yet, but that is what it looks like. They're working on a booster that will be able to be equipped onto it that actually, I believe, let me check something real quick. I believe because they incorporated the Savior, or not Savior, the release unit. That's what the Savior Soul now is actually canonized name-wise. I believe it's capable of flight already. Yep, it is.
Oh,
Both unit, the Rescue is, and the Redeemer... yes, both of those units are equipped with the Guild Union Soul booster unit, so it's capable of going underwater and it's capable of going or flying in the air. It's got the same, roughly the same maneuverability as the release unit as well, roughly.
Okay.
So, yeah, pretty good unit, pretty good unit. It's not, I will say, one thing it doesn't have as high of, it does not have as a high of charge limit. So for weapons that use a lot of charge, it does not have the ability to kind of drain off that charge, or like take that charge as much. Oh, did I cut out?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, I'm still lagging out. One moment.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Alright, coolio. Sorry, yeah, the connection dropped for a second. I was saying that the one caveat that this unit does have I guess a pitfall in, is it does not have a super high charge limit. Meaning that weapons that build up a lot of charge, or equipment that builds up a lot of charge, will stack up a lot more with this one.
Okay.
So be mindful, because I believe your cannon uses a lot of charge as well, so that is potentially a quick way to overheat if you're not careful. It does have the battery to boost, or I think it does have the thing built into it to boost. Yes, it has the guild charge battery that's giving it a little bit higher of a charge limit, but it's not by much. It's not going to be like the release unit or the Pearl that has a little bit, has a lot more charge to burn through. Which shouldn't be a big problem for you, because spells don't normally build up too much charge.
Yeah.
They just, burn spiritual energy. But yes. Outside of that, yeah, that is your Redeemer. I'll have the stats for you soon as well. You're not going to need them today, but yeah. Your brand new machine, Titus.
Machine is here though with us, right?
Mm-hmm. He's not in this ship. If you go to the guild ship is where your stuff is, or not guild ship. It would be Actually, no, they probably would have loaded it on your stratosphere. So in that case, it would be probably on the same ship you're on with Ishin, but in the hangar area where your ship is. But yeah, he's still on the same ship. He is probably would be meeting with a couple of people as you guys. We'll say like you guys are starting to get closer to the mainland now. It's getting to be probably like midday, as you guys can see off through the side or off in front of you, the large sprawling bay and docks of the city of Citiver. Citiver is quite large. Tarataro, as you know.
Again.
Oh, did I cut out? No. Oh no. You know, I don't think it's that, but it could be the fact that I'm streaming.
You're back now.
Alright, can you hear me?
I don't know, you cut out again.
Hello? Ha. This is fun. Thank you, Signal. Come on. Oh yeah, it's really rough right now. Come on. Come back. You can do it. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Alright. Let's hope that was the only rough patch. Where did I cut out?
Oh, right, as you were talking about, as you were getting quite close to the mainlands, Ishin would be...
Ah, okay. So the Citiver explanation, yes. So, as I was saying, as you're getting close to the mainland, Ishin is probably going to be a bit more, probably getting ready getting ready to depart soon, as you can see that it is around midday as you guys arrive. The large sprawling area or docks of Citiver coming into view. It is not necessarily like it's a cloudy day, but there's peeking through the clouds. You can see the sun coming through, and it doesn't look like it's overcast, like it's gonna rain. Just, you know, there's quite a lot of few clouds around as you arrive. Citiver is a large city. It is not the largest, I should say, it's a medium-sized city. It's not the largest, but it is definitely sizable. It's probably the biggest, so far, at least one of the biggest places you guys have been to. Tarataro, if you haven't been back there in the last 6 months, which I think most of you were not necessarily there, that was your first mission, if you remember. The town that had a lot of stuff coming towards it to make it a city. Tarataro is about now, or it will be in about a few months, comparable to Citiver. But before then, it was bordering on large town to city level. So this is the largest place you've been to. There's several buildings you can see kind of going along the hills on the side of this area. There's a very thick forest you can see with some trees going back into the backdrop, going up some hills and along a ridge that you can see going towards there's like a large ridge you can see going towards the west of the town as you enter. Or as you get closer, and it seems like Citiver is kind of resting below the ridge and kind of in a large valley area, so to speak. You can see that there are quite a few ships here. Large ships like your own, like your frigates and stuff like that. Another ship that is much bigger than yours. Any of the ships actually here. With an symbol emblazoned on it. Let me roll me a knowledge. Oh, did I cut out? Alright, one moment. I want to see if this fixes it. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Alright, did I cut out again?
Yes.
Alright. Let me fix this.
I can hear you now.
Okay. I tried stopping the stream because I was wondering if that might have been the thing that was causing this to... That's weird. Am I still sharing a screen?
Yep. You're still sharing the screen.
That is interesting. That's not what... You know what? Whatever. That's fine. Well, either way. I assume I cut out when I was saying that there were ships in the bay or in the docks.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a large ship that is. There are several large ships that are matching your own in size in terms of frigates and stuff like that. A couple of one ship. There are several ships that definitely look like more military vessels. A couple that look like more. You would imagine like more diplomatic. They have some weapons on them, but they don't seem as kitted to the teeth as some other vehicles are. And then there is a very, very large ship you can see. Roll me a knowledge local regal if you'd like to know more about some of the groups here.
Oh, cool. What?
Either you or Titus, I should say.
Can both of us roll, or does it only have to be one?
No, both of you. That's what I was saying. Or sorry, not either you or Titus. You or Titus can do it. Yes, or you both can do it. That's what I meant to say. I misspoke.
Okay. They're all good.
My local legal is a 7.
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
What'd you get?
Okay. I don't know shit. Fucking
Damn, I got an 11. Oh.
That's more than me, shit.
11.
Wait, is this even the right? I'm double checking to make sure it's the right character sheet, because there's no way.
Local regal goes off of what is it? Astuteness, right?
Yeah, I just have like 3 different character sheets.
Oh,
I
right,
was like,
yeah.
let me double check.
For
Nope, that's the
opponent.
right one.
Alright. 11. Let me see something here. Okay. Titus, we'll say you're a little bit distracted, probably kind of looking a little bit for his Sheen, just kind of keeping him in eye shot. Apani, you're probably walking with Emiko and Latricia like on the top deck as you're getting closer. You don't recognize. There's a few ships you don't really recognize the make and model of. You're not exactly. You are a tech savvy person as it comes to like more personnel based equipment and weapons, not necessarily vehicles until recently, and most of that is like more along the guild's line of things. And this you can tell is not a guild ship. It is definitely the design, the frame, and everything else does not match the guild. The guild's like design philosophy. However, I'm trying to check the name of the ship because there is something I believe about it. There we go. It is a... yes. It's that one. Is that called a... It is a... Oh, wait, no. That's not Memorem. That's the wrong ship. That's the warship. My bad. It is not that one. So which one is it? Is it the... Yes, that's it. Okay. Oh, in that case, it's actually not as big as I thought. Okay, I will correct something. I said it was a lot bigger than the ships you were on. I stand corrected. It is not... it is as big as most of the ships you were on, but it is a lot more notably armored and like equipped with weapons. It's shaped like a giant swordfish with a nose that has this like large kind of like serrated like edge to it. You can see. And it seems like it's retracting. Like right now, it seems like it's retracting like back into the vessel. Probably like they might be docking at this moment too. There is a couple of smaller ships beside them that look like you notice. And I'd say even Titus, even though you didn't roll like a well thing to know what this is, or like a good thing to know what this is, you can see that like what the ships look like. They all kind of resemble fishes in some way. It just makes you think of like a fish's silhouette in the water. Accompanied by them, you recognize another ship. In fact, I'm not going to have you roll for this because you literally saw it 10 days ago. You recognize Macy's ship, actually, is somewhere there. the one of the Forge Master ships. It seems. It is not as big as this large, like, swordfish-looking ship, but it seems like it is equally armored well and equipped with several, like, large cannons that they're kind of like, you can see them rolling some of the things out, and, like, loading things on the deck as you're, like, getting closer and closer. There is another ship further off that looks to be... how would I put it? Roll me an appraisal.
Okay.
Both of you.
I haven't one of those in a while.
Something about this ship is notably, gaudy, we'll say.
Ooh. And I got a good appraisal too.
Feel free to
Come
do the
on, give
same,
me the
Titus.
little.
Thanks, game.
What? I
Damn,
rolled a nat one.
that is unfortunate.
Oh, it was a +4.
Plus 4 or
So
10? Actually, believe it or not, a 10
yeah.
is enough because this person is well known enough that you would probably be able to claim it with that.
Okay, good.
Unfortunately, the 5 is with the 1 with the 5 is not gonna be enough. I'll say this. Even with that, you're able all I'd say is when you look at the ship, you think whoever has this ship must have a lot of money. Titus, and Apani, the ship is, how would I say? I mentioned how it's kind of cloudy, but there's sun peeking through. The ship is kind of like blindingly like golden. There is golden frame around it, like, and trim around the ship. The wood seems like it's been magically enchanted, and it's like obscenely sparkly for no reason. It is glistening is the word I would use. There's like the rudder has like this special plating on it that is also gold, or gold colored at least, that makes it look quite nice, and quite, noticeable. The sails seem like they almost as you get closer, it's almost like you can hear like a loud like choir singing the closer you get to the ship. And emblazoned on the back of it, you see a symbol that you recognize immediately, Titus. You, back in the day, when you were running certain things, you may or may not have encountered this person's crest before. Normally you avoided them because they're kind of more of a headache to deal with than anything, but this is the Arvron family. Arvron? I might be missaying it. Family. They are one of the main... They're often attributed to... They're not exactly nobility, but they are in terms of money. They are one of the upper echelon, the upper crust of the Consortium, and they also recently snagged a seat in the Heresy province on the council. This is most likely Chase Avron's vessel, or own personal vessel. A very posh and quite sure of themselves individual that you've heard a lot about. Not very... I mean, from your side of things, not a lot of good things. He is a kind of known... How would we call it? He's not a very big fan of non-Lapsians, we'll say. He kind of got his claim to fame and power, at least when it came to political power, in the more auspicious views. We'll say he related to the people, at least in the Heresy province, which won him that seat. Also, I mean, the money helped by certain individuals.
Of course you did.
Not that it was, of course, ever proven necessarily, but you would know that thus there was definitely some signs that the Avrons and certain other people might have did a little bit more than just speaking to the people to get their seats. But yes, Chase is just the main head of the house and, council leader. His ship, it has weapons on it, but it's not really... It doesn't seem like that's like the main shtick with his vessel. It just seems to be like a very gaudy vessel. It's got an emblazoned golden eagle, or was it hawk on it? Sorry, an emblazoned golden hawk and eagle on the side of it. And there is like the what is it called? Is it the mast? The front, the tip of the ship? It's been a while since I had to look up
Not
ship
sure.
diagrams and anatomy, but it's so. You know how in some ships they'll have like a mermaid or some type of creature on the front of the ship.
Hmm?
For his, it looks like it has a giant Avalis faith cross, and coming out of the kind of like kind of under that or over top of that cross, is the large bust of an eagle, a man with eagle wings that maybe looks a lot like Chase.
Oh,
He's a very uh he likes the look of
self-centered
himself.
man.
Yes, he likes the look of himself a lot, it seems. You know, he likes to see beauty, and you know, where else would he look other than himself? Anyway, outside of that, that blindingly annoying display, as you get closer to it and the light is reflecting, there's even a Memorem that kind of behind you comments like, "God damn, I can't see anything." And like they're kind of mummer to themselves. One of them says like, "I think that's the Avron vest," and he's like, "Oh, it's that prick." They didn't know that he was coming here. And it's like, yeah, maybe this peace summit really isn't gonna be for anything. And like they just
Would
kind
I
of
have
walk off.
met him? Do you think? Would there have been a chance where I would have
Met him
met him?
personally? Nah, definitely not. He is not one to do the dirtiness with the rabble that he might, make
Yeah.
money off of. But yes, they're actually funny enough. They are partial owners. Remember that little named group that you might have encountered in the past due to some issues. Gilded Forges. Does that name ring a bell?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he and the Gawins, another family, are the partial or direct owners of that. I wouldn't say engineering. What is it? Fueling and refinery company. I'd say mining and refinery company.
Ooh.
So this is one of the owners of that company, or one of the family. Well, I guess it is one of the owners because he's literally the head of the house. So yeah.
Yeah.
So all your complaints, you can send to his attendant because he will not listen. Past that, though, there is another few ships, of course. You see a couple less. You can tell they're consortium vessels, but they're less gaudy. They look a little bit more standard, I guess you could say. One of them looks to be a kind of corvette ship, so it's smaller than the others, but it's it definitely you can tell it's quicker. And it seems like that one just looks to have like the Lapis province name to the side of it. So maybe it's one of the Lapis province leaders. You can see a couple other vessels kind of near it. It seemed to probably be like its guards. A couple other consortium vessels, and then past those on another section of the dock, you can see what looks to be some Alto ships that you have not seen. Actually, I don't think you have seen Alto ships. At least these type of ships. You've seen like their mechs, but yes, there is. I had to get the name of them. I totally should have had these on a piece of paper instead of just looking at the list of ships. One sec. Who's texting me? What do they want? Okay, I'll read that later. I don't know what that is, but okay. As I was, yes, there is it's the Alto ships. You notice they didn't necessarily come with a lot of big ships per se, but they came with a lot of like interesting ships. There is one ship among them that seems to be decently sized, and it is kind of the sides of the ship are made out of a metal that you don't immediately recognize. It has a kind of strange, I'd almost say like shifting color to it, but the closer you get, the more kind of it looks like a dark green. Maybe it shifts between kind of a dark and light green. It is. Oh, and also the design of the sides of the ship kind of resemble that of like an alligator scales going down its back. It does also appear to be made of mostly wood and metal, you think, or some type of mineral, maybe. And yeah, there is a few of those there. You can actually see, what would it be? Nah, they wouldn't be here. Actually, no, they would be. Those two would. You can see on top deck, actually kind of, it looks like they're perched on one of these, like one of the mast of it. You can see that there is a person, or not mast, one of the, these don't have mast, I forgot, because of the way these ships are shaped. You can see perched on top of, like, the edge of the back of the ship is a, it's hard to tell from the form of them, but they have a large spear on their back with a bow. They seem to be crouched, cross-legged, and kind of in a trance, sitting on the back. They have a large kind of, or they have some wrapping around their chest, and then they also have like a large feathered skirt. They seem to be, you think, a lizardkin based on their large tail that's hanging off the back of the ship. But yep, they just seem to be chilling there. And then also on the top deck, you can see they are, there's several of those like kind of strange animal-like constructs that are on the deck that a couple people seem to be either like maybe tinkering with or looking at. And then you recognize Nasili, actually, who seems to be directing people. Allure would kind of notice. I think she would probably notice too, and there'd just be kind of a recognition that, like, oh, that's her mom. But yeah, outside of that, who else we got? I'm tabbing between two documents, I apologize.
Uh-huh.
Who else was it? Man, I love it when I click onto a tab and it brings me all the way back up to the top, even though I didn't click there. That's cool. Okay. Who else do we have? We have the Consortium, them. Oh yes, the other group. The last two, or the last group you see, the last two you see. One of them seems to have a lot of guild, like symbols on their stuff, but you also see what looks to be a different emblazoned symbol. I actually don't remember what Noblesse's symbol looks like. I think it's like an archway. It looks like an A. But you can see that those ships are docked as well. They look, like I said, they look to be kind of matching your guild stuff, so you'd recognize what the ships are pretty quickly. And then the last one, you can see, they're not actually like parked at the docks. What you would see overhead is there's a large amount of like bird-like winged like airships or aircraft flying around, and they seem to be buzzing past the docks and going to another part of the town. And then there seems to be an open space where probably you are, or as you are kind of swinging around now across the bay, heading over and beginning to dock at. Kind of walking past you, Titus, you would hear the words of someone kind of speak up as they speak to some of the other Memorem soldiers who are now running around and like preparing. I'm trying to think, who has seen this person? You would probably have seen her in passing. Roll me either a recollection or roll me a knowledge local. Both of you can, Apani and Titus.
What'd you say?
You can roll either a local regal or a recollection. I don't know if you remember who this would be. Emiko probably does, but Emiko is not here at the moment.
I rolled a 24.
Nice, nice. Yeah, you would... Funny, you know who this is.
Said we met previously?
You've seen her in passing on the ship. Initially, you recognize her. And Apani, you'd also with a 14 recognize as like, oh, this is the person. You've seen them, like I said, you've seen them on the ship going back and forth occasionally. They seem to be, at first you weren't sure because their attire was a bit different from what you're used to seeing from Memorans, though you could tell she was Memoran, like you've seen her speak Memoran around. She seems to be like a mixed breed kitsune with something else, maybe human, based on her posture and like physiology, it seems. Outside of that, though, her, like I said, her attire is a bit unique. It seems to be a bit more, I'd almost say, where the rest of the Memorans have a more kind of traditional Memoran look with the curved shoes, kind of curved shoulder pads and things like that. Her armor looks less of like a warrior's armor and more of like a modern military combatant's armor. Like there's pockets and pouches to the side on the sides of it. Her armor is less like grandiose, kind of in some of its more traditional ceremonial idea, and it seems more practical, kind of soldier wear, kind of what you'd expect to see from like a more advanced guild look or even some more advanced like other group looks as well. And you would have also seen her occasionally with a helmet to her side. Her name, or at least, is Relka Hawkma. She is she is the leader of one of the main guard detail, or I guess you'd say group of Memoran pilots, armored knight pilots here. Part of I believe their group, you've heard the name before, or you would have heard the name in passing. Let me just pull it up.
I remember knowing her. Actually,
You said you what?
I remember. I remember remembering her. I
Yep.
remember knowing her though.
Uh,
For that one instance
the
that I noticed.
Kira Hold. That's how you say it. The Kira Hold. That is the name of her squad. And yes, they are a special Memorem force that seems to be outfitted with the new Memoran armored knights and other technologies. This seems to be kind of what, like, I guess you could say Memoran future soldier is the idea of here. But yeah, she seems to be like the main one in charge and is directing things. Ishine seems to be kind of accompanying her, wearing more kind of more like traditional cultural Memorum leader garbs, with these kind of like large hooded or like large robed sleeves, and a kind of like white and purple colored apparel he's wearing as he will walk out. He will give you a nod, Titus, and you as well, Pawnee, a nod. Relka will kind of turn over and she'll say, "Sir, we should be ready to dock shortly. But will we proceed with the?" She kind of looks over to your group. "Will we proceed with all of the assistants here to your stay?" And he kind of nods. He says, "That would be fine. Yes, I believe that they would. I imagine they would want to go explore some Obsidiva. So the quicker this is done, the better for them. Yes." She kind of like looks over and she just says, "Well, I will stay on duty for the most of the night, for the most of the day and night." He kind of nods. He says, "That's not," and then she kind of starts to walk off, and he's just like, he just puts a hand down. He will walk over and approach you all.
Hello.
And he kind of says, "Hello, Miss Saponi. How are you doing?"
I'm doing well. How might you be doing this?
It is quite the eventful one. We've arrived." He kind of looks off to the city. I never imagined, to be fair, that I would... Oh, I never imagined that I would be seeing the Consortium this way. I figured it would be either in chains, under arrest, or it would be I'd never see it myself in general. Or perhaps I'd be leading a charge of invaders, so to speak. He chuckles a bit at that. It was a long time ago, though.
That's fair. You deserve to have a bit of bliss in life.
Perhaps. But only after the work for our people is done. He gives you a nod. And he looks at Titus, and he gives you a nod as well when he says that. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Look at them, and then I just look at the both of them while they're talking. I just kind of shrug and I go, "I'm gonna go take a flight," and I swoop out.
All right. He nods. He looks over as that happened. He looks over to you, Abani, and he says, "I see he's not come to see me yet."
Oh,
Hmm.
might I ask?
Titus, I expected him to
Yeah.
come and see me. I figured there was something he wished to speak with me about. I've noticed his prying eyes a few times.
I'm sure he will come and speak to you when he is ready. Takes a while for people to warm up.
Hmm. I imagine. He looks off, like, in the distance where Titus is, like, flying around. Yes. Only a day left.
On in the air. I want to run a quick little
Inspection, awareness, yeah. Roll me a... Yeah, I'll let you roll an awareness. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Yep,
Oh, that's why I wanted to win. I knew it was high. I just forgot that it was a 10. I got an 18.
oh, there you go. Yeah. So as you're you know, as you're nestling in, and they're nestling into the docks, you see pretty much everything that was described before to you. For the most part, it's seemed. I mean, how no, the skyline here is actually, it's not like super high, but it's higher than average. So I would say you'd have to be higher up to see certain parts of the city. There is not actually, you notice there's not a lot of flying creatures, or there's not a lot of creatures flying in the air along with you. Most creatures are walking on the ground, and you even get some weird looks when they see you like flying up. Mostly most of the soldiers from multiple militaries kind of give you some odd looks, but a few of them, some of them seem to not really care. They kind of like, after they notice you're like not doing anything, they just kind of continue doing what they're doing. Mostly loading up things or unloading things off of the ships into wagons, and/or you can see some people's armored knights kind of walking off some vehicles driving down, and they seem to be heading up north. You notice north and further into the city, kind of going down some long roads or large roads. You've noticed they've sectioned off. It seems they're probably like, this is probably like the main route to move things at the moment. Outside of that, the town, I mean, even though, you know, you're maybe not the biggest fan of the Consortium, it actually doesn't look too bad. It looks like a pretty well town. There are areas you can see, even from the docks, there are some areas you can tell are probably a bit more of like the, how would you put it? The poorer areas of this place, but even those don't seem to be the most rundown. They seem like they're still pretty like decently well kept after, at least on the outside, we'll say.
What about the people?
The people overall, there is definitely some looks towards you, but a lot of them seem to be looking at the soldiers unloading things. You can see some men, women, and children kind of like occasionally stopping by, looking at them load stuff. They kind of gawk at some of the like vehicles or the armored knights that come by. A few of them you notice point to, actually a few of them are huddled around someone. You can see there's like a few soldiers that are kind of like holding some people back, as there is a couple people, there's like a small line, or not a small line, a line of people, a thin line of people that's kind of formed and is going to meet this person you see in kind of silver armor, that looks to be, they have a large like fishtail. It seems to be a Porphyllor man. You think based on like the general structure of them, they probably are a full breed at least. You might need to do some sensing to tell that exactly, but like I said, their helmets off to their side, and they seem to be kind of speaking and signing certain like things. And you hear the mention of the some people refer to them as the hero of the Sunfish Fleet. Some people refer to him as the Silvertail. Not Silvertail. I'm sorry. I was thinking Silvertail because of another character, not the Silvertail. It's the Silverfin. I apologize. The Silverfin. Yes, the Silverfin of Honor, and Silverfin, or the Silverfin of Justice is what you hear. And some people are just like kind of gawking at them. The two people that seem to be one of the people that seem to be overseeing them, you don't recognize as well, but they are a lot. He's like kind of a tone musculature figure. it's hard to gauge like how strong or weak they might be. But the person beside them is this very hefty, big, muscular shark man. They look like a giant shark person, basically. You can see
Okay.
they have scars around their arm, some of their torso. The armor they wear, you notice, it seems like the torso, while it's guarded, there's kind of open bits, so you can see most of their bare chest in some areas. But it has the
Mm-hmm.
emblazoned symbol of the Consortium on it, and it has a symbol that looks like a kind of fin, or like a kind of strange fin with the Consortium symbol. You would recognize this. I wouldn't even make you make a check for this because I'd say you'd recognize it. This is a person from the Mariners, the Consortium Mariner branch. They're more like naval kind of focus branch, at least historically being. And based on the color of that symbol, they are probably an upper echelon leader, maybe the leader of them. It seems to be kind of like holding some people back and talking. Some people seem to be kind of there. You notice some people seem to be kind of disregarding them. But another person that I think is with them. Let me check. It was, what is his? I bet if I just type in the name, or not. Oh, there we go. Yep, the other one. There is several. You can see there's several guards and or several consortium guards, and actually, another what is it? A few people. Would you have come? Yeah, actually, no. Of course, you would know who these are. You see a lot of control guard and a lot of garrison knights from the consortium, all huddled around another person, who seemed to be talking with them intently. This person is wearing white and gold armor emblazoned with an eagle, and they have the symbol of the ivory zeal on their back, or on their on a cape on their back. This person you would also probably recognize as their name is Isaiah Moore. And the reason I'd say you'd know their name out of the bunch here is you've heard some interesting rumors about them. Roll me a recollection or local regal. I'm gonna make you roll for the part of this, but I'd say you at least know their name without necessarily doing the check.
14.
14. I'd say that's enough. Isaiah Moore is a dual. They were born, or sorry, they have a special kind of relationship to the Consortium and Memorem. They are born to a Memorem and a Consortium Lapsian.
Oh.
Which, while that might not be the biggest deal, so to speak, it is considering what their role is. They are one of the leaders of the Ivory Zeal Academy in the Consortium, which is effectively the people that train the entire Garrison Knight branch of the Consortium. Like their most noble knight order. So this is a recent appointment. One of the council members, Reinhardt, one of those previous people that were part of the Guild Restitution Corps, when they were appointed in the council, they chose 2 new garrison leaders to represent the new garrison, and one of them was Isaiah Moore. And this has been a controversial pick, which even resulted in some garrison people outright leaving the order for they were not exactly happy with the 2 choices. One of them is actually a non-human, and they are a mixed breed non-human that might not exactly be the most, how will we put this, conforming to the standards of traditional Lapsus masculinity, we'll say, is the best way to put it. And Isaiah, in his case, it's because he was a dual Memorem and Consortium person, so there's been some whispers about his allegiances and such, and his record. He was also not necessarily the lead strongest person in the academy, so it was a question as to why he was chosen, because normally they're chosen through strength. However, Reinhardt was quoted in saying that he had a different type of strength that would represent a new era, and that is why he chose him over the other candidates. So, drama, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, it seems, at least from the audience here, most of these people seem to like him, or notably seem to be speaking with him. There is kind of a weird... You got a 24, right, with your awareness? Or was it, what
Yeah.
was it, 18 or something? 18.
24.
Was it 24? I thought you said your awareness was a 10.
Mhm. Yeah, plus 10.
Plus 10. Did you roll
Wait, what am I
a...
looking at?
Oh,
Oh, no, no,
yeah,
no.
you're looking
You're
at something
right.
else.
I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
looking at the wrong
Because
thing.
you roll... Yeah, that was... I
Mhm.
think it was when you didn't
That was
roll on...
overrated. I got an 18.
Yeah. But either way, with 18 is enough. There are some people to the side that there definitely are some, looks. Some very bad looks towards Isaiah.
Yeah.
Also Koa, or I guess you don't know their name, but the Shockman, I should say, as well. Just some off looks. It's from different people. There's so many different groups here. It's kind of like you're kind of having to like figure out like who. You don't even know some of these groups who they're with. Some of the Memorens give Isaiah a weird look, though there are some in the group that seem to be walking over to him. There are some Consortium people that are giving him a good look, but there's also a large amount of citizens that seem to be coming up and talking very favorably with him. Even among some of the military. It's just like there's a mix and match. With the Shockman, it seems like there's a few soldiers that seem to be rather standoffish to him and some people, but there's also what looks to be, weirdly, some Alto people talking with him, and some of the other citizens seems to be dock workers. A lot of dock workers are talking with the Shockman, favorably, as I said. And then the other person in the silver armor, everyone seems to be loving on. He seems to have the biggest line, it seems, to talk to him. And he seems to be kind of bashfully talking and speaking.
Okay.
Past that, I know there's a lot of stuff happening. Past that, you, like I said, seem to be loading some of the vehicles on. You can actually see, as you're up in the air a bit, there's a couple of Auroch that fly by. They kind of weirdly give you a look, and one of them, an Auroch man, kind of flaps over and kind of like stops in front of you. And he's like, what exactly are you doing up here? Are you delivering, messages as well?
What the hell?
He's just flapping, looking at you.
I guess you could say that.
Oh. Well, okay. He kind of, like, shrugs, and then he starts flapping away. It looks like he kind of notices your guild symbol, and then he kind of shrugs and then flaps away.
Okay.
That
was nice.
He seemed to have some type of crossed feather icon on his armor, or on his clothing, I should say.
Do I know what that could mean?
It matches one of the ships you saw flying above. It matches what was on one of them.
Okay. Oh, so that's good enough. Is there a...
If you'd like to roll a check, you can as well. I guess I should give you that offer. That's true. Local Regal.
Well. 21.
They are not most likely. You know what the 21. They are part of the Auroch vein.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or I should say, yeah, Auroch vein is their military too. Yeah. So.
Trying to think. I don't know. How long do you think I could fly around for?
I mean, as long as you're not like doing anything too strenuous, you could even land on some building, sit for a second, and then keep going. No one seems to be trying to like stop you too much. It seems like outside of like occasionally someone maybe like asking like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Like they see your guild symbol, ask you like who you are. You tell them who you are. They just kind of like.
Yeah, I'll just say Shadow Guardian. I won't even say Shadow Guardian. I'll just say I'm in the guild.
Yeah, they just kind of like shrug and like leave you to it. No one. There are some looks like I would say some Consortium people sometimes give you a little bit of a harder, like, not harder rap, but just they kind of give you a little bit of the look, the stink eye. Also, hello, Pepper.
I get
Like-
them to look back. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, but outside of them, it's really only them that give you that look, and they don't really care.
Yeah.
Actually, something you do notice, because I shouldn't say the consortium, because this is actually when it starts mattering, like the different groups in the consortium. It's not just consortium people generally. It is people that seem to be either part of the control guard, like you can see the different symbols between the branches. Some in the Forge Masters, but not a lot necessarily. Some of them actually seem to recognize you, and it might be because, well, you saw Macy's ship here, so.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I'll recap in a second, Pepper. Don't worry. But like outside of the control guard, there's definitely a few garrison knight that give you a bit of a weird look, but they kind of look like they have other stuff to do. The control guards are really the only ones that linger on you. And then the other one is the people that seem to have matching attire to the shock guy, the mariners. They don't seem to pay you much mind at all. They don't seem to be bothered by your presence. Like they might ask, like one of them might ask, like, "Hey, are you all right?" Because they notice you're like by yourself.
I'll say, yeah.
But if that's it, they just kind of leave. They don't seem to like be bothered at all by your presence.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Past that, none of the other groups seem to also have much of a damn to care about.
Oh.
Yep. Well, while that's happening, though, we're gonna cut over, and we're also gonna give an explanation. So, Imiko.
Oh wait.
You're...
One more thing
go
before, because I'm gonna mute and then I'm gonna come in here and then we can go. But
Okay.
one more thing, as I occasionally like go down in my landing breaks, I want to do a soul sensing check.
Okay.
Just
Go ahead. I'll say that I'll give you some information about the 3 you were looking at before you go, because they're probably gonna run into them as well based on their route, depending on where they go.
Yeah. $11.
11. Well, Koa, you can tell, or I keep saying their name, you don't know their name yet, but the Shockman, we'll say, they seem to be pretty, even with just not even like the soul energy part of it, but like you're able to glean pretty decently. They're a pretty seasoned fighter. They, not just the scars, but like they seem quite refined. Same with Isaiah. It's hard to tell their spiritual prowess. You think they might be hiding it somewhat.
Okay.
So they seem to be, at least Isaiah and the other person, the Shockman, seem to be hiding it well. The other one, you don't sense much spiritual energy from them, but again, they might be hiding it and they just might be better at it than the others.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, there's a cavalcade of different wavering spiritual energies. You guys seem to be kind of like a little bit above the average of what you feel here, probably like a decent amount.
Yeah.
But there are some notable ones that you sense. Like some of them you recognize as you're flying around is Silly. That person that was like had their legs crossed and was sitting on top of the ship. They seem to be also having a motable amount of spiritual energy. But it seems like they also are able to can keep theirs kind of down. You can just tell as you get a little bit closer. It's hard to gauge how strong they are comparably to you, but still.
I want to say one more thing. Then I'm gonna be quiet and pass the floor. As I do my little soul sensing checks, during my landing spots and go back into the air and fly around again. I'm gonna do the opposite of them and just like kind of like not hiding it, but whatever you could call the opposite of hiding. Kinda.
Yeah, just kind of flaunt your prowess. Okay.
Braggingly, but just.
Well, no, you're not really hiding your spiritual aura. You're just kind of keeping it. You're just kind of letting it be out. Yeah.
Yeah, literally. And then also, on my last landing check, I want to like find one of the most secluded places. Not like the secluded, but like just
like kind of a back road for a second. Yeah.
And that'll be the last spot.
Okay.
well, when we get back to it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get my headshot now.
Cool.
Hi,
Cool.
Pepper.
All right, Pepper. Hello.
Hey, you.
So, quick update. I think Apani's still here as well, but quick update because you're with Apani right now. You guys are now. We had a quick recap as like a refresher to what happened last session, and last few sessions. But in general, you guys are in Citiver now. You're at the docks. They've been shown a bunch of different ships for all the different people and different groups that are here. There are quite a bit of groups here, so it is a lot of people. It seems like they're loading a lot of. It seems like there's like a large cutoff road that people are taking most of their weapons and equipment through. They might. You can see there's some people talking about some things. There's kind of, well, you're with Ishin, so this is going to be explained to Ishin as you are walking with them. What is effectively happening is there are two main split offs, or 3 main split offs. No, it is 2. I'm sorry. Is it 2? No, it is 3. I'm an idiot. I was reading it and I read something ahead, but it's not a split off, it's a circle. So around the town, or coming from the docks, there is there's a large open lane that goes through the city, and this is where most people are traveling and carrying all the equipment and things like that to protect the summit and stuff like that. Most people are setting up their stuff at the summit at the moment. Past that, most of the Lapsus leaders are taking that path, and they're going to the estate, or I should say the large inn that you'll all be staying at for your time here. Since the summit is to... What is it called? I believe it is called... Did I write it down? Believe it or not, I did not write it down, so we're gonna make up a name. Give me a second. Because this place is not as done as in the specifically the bird's brain. The Citiver is not as finished as some other settlements in Lapsus. So we're gonna go with the Righteous Eagle. The Righteous Eagle Inn. I'm gonna copy that down. I like that name. And I saw the Righteous, and then I was like, I just kind of went on my own from there. So it's not, what I rolled was not the Righteous Eagle, but I think Righteous Eagle sounds better than what it rolled. Especially considering, actually, would Eagle be fitting here? That would probably fit better in the capital. We're gonna go with the Righteous. We're not gonna go with the Righteous Eagle, though I am gonna write that down. We're gonna go with the Gilded Sea. Or not Gilded Sea, the Glistening Sea. Yes, I like that. Alright, I'll also write that down for people that need it.
Yep.
Why is it not... Did I not spell in right? There is no way I misspelled... Okay. Traveling summit, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, oh, it was inns. One of the main inns, and we're gonna put that. The Glistening Sea. And that's because you guys are right next to the Swelling Sea, you know. So yes, the Glistening Sea Inn, or hotel. This place is big. So yes, as I was, there is a main route people are taking to get to the Glistening Sea Inn. There is a main route people are going that goes to the north and goes to where the summit will be held, up to the northern section of the town and the back of it. And then there is also kind of a route that just takes you in a giant circle. And what's happening there is a lot of people, a lot of the officials are kind of going on a lap around the city. And this is a way that they can get around the city without much issue. Not every leader is necessarily taking this lap, like this cutout lap that's around. But some of them seem to be doing it with like floats, basically. there you can actually see in the distance as you're going down, there seems to be somebody you notice. Who would it be? It would probably be yes, it would be a dwarven man you can see standing kind of on top of a few standing on top of a large land vehicle that's kind of going through the central portion of the city. And three armored knights that kind of they're kind of like going next to them are walking around them. They seem to be quite happy and quite boastful about their stuff. They seem to have Consortium and Blazecaster symbols on their person.
Is it the same like mech that me and Balin?
No, these are not related to the Memorem. These are units related to the Forgecasters branch and Blazecaster's foundry, and to the Consortium. One of the units you actually see looks to be a very armored up castle unit, actually.
Oh, a castle unit.
Yeah, so it's from the Consortium. It's I say armored up. It's more of like it's made to be a lot more pretty. It's like got gold-plated armor, and it's like walking with them.
Yeah, I think Emiko would probably like, while they're like boasting about their ingenuity and stuff, she will probably just make it say, "Yeah, trash." Well, like.
But yes, Ashin, like I said, Ashin is with you, and yes, they're basically explaining this to him. Relka, Relka Hakma, she is the main, kind of technically the leader of, outside of your party. She is the leader of his guard detail, as the Memoran like squad leader of what is it called? What I said the name. It's just kind of hard to pronounce. I am admittedly dumb.
Oh, good.
Let me type it in. All right, it's called the Kira Hold, is what their squad is called. It's the Memorem's Advanced Pilot Force. Here, I will put it in chat for you. Where's I know that we have a thread for this. Ah, here it is. Threads. There you go. Check Shadow Guardians. Chat. Actually, I can probably just copy the whole thing down.
Nice. Sorry, I would like write it down.
Yep, here. I'll copy even more for you. Here,
Yes. If you need more.
Okay. There's that. Relka Hakma. There you go. And then, oh, do you want I can give you the pronunciation of that too. One sec.
Yeah. Welka Hakma.
Yes, Relka Hakma. I'm wondering if you actually remember, yet who that belongs
She's the one who, yeah, she's the one who, found out that I was a little bit lying.
Yes, she was.
She's also, she's also
That's
the
a
one,
hard name to pronounce.
yeah. I know.
Yeah,
She's
it
also
is.
the one
It
who
is.
has a famous father, isn't it not?
Yes. I'm still surprised you don't remember who her father is.
It was, what was it? It was her.
Roll me a recollection, because they had a moment where they had to do it too.
Oh yeah, who?
Roll me a recollection.
Okay.
Emiko.
Yep, don't worry. I'm just looking through.
I'm still surprised you don't remember, because I think I've mostly said their full name whenever you talk about them.
I gotta write that down sometimes.
It was also recent. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh. Yep, 820.
19. Relka Hakma is their name. The other person's name they're related to, their father, is named Tahari Hakma.
Ah, the Hari.
Do you remember who Tahari is?
unfortunately. In game, probably, but out of the
Out of
universe,
game, no.
nah.
Apani, do you remember who Tahari is? Nope. I think we lost Apani for a moment.
My apologies.
It's alright.
My headphones died, so
Oh, you're on your phone. That's cool.
Yeah.
Did you hear the question though?
I did not. Could you repeat the question?
Do you hear or not hear? Do you know who Tahari is? Tahari Hakma.
The name is like extremely familiar, but I cannot put my finger on it.
I'm surprised he didn't
No,
leave a
no.
lasting impression, considering things. It was recent. He was a person you met recently.
Let me see if I have any notes on this.
That's alright. Go ahead and check. Check your notes.
I need to write
The name
notes
is
on this
like
more
very,
often.
but I just can't put my finger on that. But like that name, I know I've met them.
Mm-hmm. You all did. I also said their name at the beginning of the session too.
You did. I found notes, but I did not take good notes. Can I roll a recollection?
Feel free. I mean, I can just tell you as well.
You could tell me. I like wrote on notes. I wrote the name down in my notes. Nothing else.
But nothing else. Okay.
I don't know why I did it.
Tahari. I guess to be fair, we're also not caught up with the episode, so that's fair. Tahari Hakuma is the person that led the Memorem encampment you guys just left.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Oh, right.
That guy.
Oh, it's that guy. Oh, that's how it is.
Oh.
Yes, that's who it is. That's why I was surprised you didn't remember, considering that. I mean, Titus butted heads with him more, but like some of you, he was very difficult to get along with.
He's like, his name is like almost at the bottom of my notes. That means it was recent, but like I couldn't put my finger on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same.
But yes, this is their daughter.
Yeah, not bad. She's not bad, gal.
Mhm.
Or I've like met.
Yes, she seems to like Ashin, or respect him a lot, unlike her father, but you know, they don't exactly get along.
That's fair.
Oh.
As Ashin told you last time, Imiko, that they don't exactly get along well. But anyway, besides that, yes, Relka is seems to be the main one leading the charge here, and is kind of directing people around, and is keeping now very closely tied to Ashin, keeping her head on a swivel, and is just making sure to keep a very watchful eye of any potential things that could happen. She's ordered them to take their units to the main loading take their units to the loading area with all the other stored units. Take 2 of them up to the main summit that they'll have to cycle out pilots until tomorrow's summit, where they will be planning to bring more of their units. There seems to be somebody kind of walks over, you notice there's a consortium, seems to be some type of official that walks over, and as they seem to go over to Ishin, she kind of steps in the way and begins talking to them instead. They seem to be talking about they seem to be asking what units are you going to bring. There's a limit to the things you can bring up to the summit. This is a thing that all parties have to abide by as rules by the guild and things like that. So she's you can see she's kind of thinking and contemplating with something and talking to them, probably about who is going to have what units up there and such. Meanwhile, Ishin would look back to all of you, and he'll say, shall we go up to the right voice? No, shall we go up to the glistening sea?
Lead the way. Lead the way, my man.
That sounds good.
Well, to be fair, I'm not exactly sure where I'm going, but... And he says that the official will kind of... Or not the official, one of the people will step over to you all and say that they can take you there, or they will say, "I will take you there." As a very large shock man steps over to you. This Imiko, you're like what, 4 foot like 9, something like that?
I think right now I'm in my human form.
You're in your human
In my
form?
human form.
Okay.
So I'm in my like 5'5".
He is like around 7'10" or close to 8 feet tall. He is this huge, muscular built shock man who is slightly shirtless with armor wrapped around their sternum and their chest, and like this this kind of large waist guard that flows off of them. A large kind of spear I guess I'd say spear on their back with a shield, and they just kind of like, and I guess they also probably have to their side some type of like it looks like a kind of harpoon gun with like several harpoons tied to it, and they kind of just like step over to you all.
Yeah, I think Himiko would like look up. You have to look up, and then like she'll give out like a little low whistle, like, "Damn," she mutters.
He just kind of says. Ishin will kind of nod and say, yes, that would be. He kind of says, I didn't recognize you at first, but I've heard your name. Sir Koa, he kind of holds up a hand. Koa Hojo is alright. I do not need any fanfare. Sir is not needed for my name. And he will turn around, and he will begin to walk, and he will motion, follow. And he will continue to walk.
Man of few words, huh? He like directed to like a shoe.
And says, I've heard that he will speak sometimes, but maybe he has nothing to say at the moment. That potentially could be the case. But we should follow. And as he says that, he kind of looks, you can see the Koa turns around. And he says, I have nothing yet to say, but I will speak if that is what you wish.
No. If you want to be dark and mysterious, you can go round ahead.
Connie giggles in the corner.
He kind of looks over. He looks over at both of you, and he kind of thinks, it is not my intention to be brooding or rude.
Oh no. I'm kind of like digging it though. But y'all good.
You're fine.
But if you want to talk, you can talk if you want.
He kind of looks. You're with the guild, correct?
That's me. That's us, actually.
Yes.
She steps up and holds out a hand. Kitsuraki Himeko. Shadow Guardian, at your service.
He looks down and like will reach for your hand and like give you a very firm handshake. His hand is very much dwarfing your like wrist and hand, but he doesn't actually squeeze very like hard to try to hurt you or anything. But he does like give you a very firm like handshake.
Yeah, she like meets it back at
him. Oh yeah, because you are quite strong with that jewel, so he nods and notices that. He kind of just. Yes, I guess I did not say that my title, but I am the leader of the. I am the leader of the. The Consortium Marinas.
Oh, fancy name. Are they around here? You look around here and there.
As you're walking, he'll motion to some of the people that are like helping with the kind of checkpoints of the areas you're walking through and stuff like that. And you can see other people wearing attire like his, like more aquatic based attire, and armor. It says, yes, though there are others here that do not belong with us that have similar attire. The Tide Pack. And you'll motion to them as well. Their armor is more like you notice it has like where their armor kind of has like a still somewhat more of like a knightly or like traditional like a traditional like European or Western armor theme, even though it's like that's definitely more like medium to light and like more like loose fitting. The Tide Pack seems to have armor that is much more of what you'd expect from an aquatic combatant, with like fins on the side, on the sides of the forearm and shoulders and the calves. Definitely like loose fitting armor that almost looks like it's tide packed. Tide packed is the name. And what else is it? Armor that's you can see weapons that have like almost coral attached, like parts of them. That seem like one of the there seems like a type of magical scepter or magical magical apparatus that seems to have like a conch shell attached to the top of it. Yeah, so just stuff like that. They it's noticeably different than how the I almost said Marless to the Mariner's attire. And he will just say, they are still of Consortium, but they are different. Treat others differently as well. You will, Iana says, it would be wise of you to notice the difference.
Yeah, how so, exactly, compared to your group?
He kind of thinks. The Tide is very strict in its doctrine, its mission, its beliefs, you could say. It is difficult for them to accept new things change. Others that have been exiled from the Pact. Latricia kind of, she'll nudge you a bit, and she'll just say, she'll kind of whisper to both you and Apani. He means that, the Tide Pack has had a history of not exactly allowing shock in it. He means that they might, I think he's saying that they might not exactly be accustomed to, outsiders. There's a kind of grunt from him, like, ahead, like, Your girlful tale is correct.
So, you know, it takes time for people to open up and accept change.
They have had long, and they have failed to change. However...
Well, if they fail to change... Go ahead.
He kind of looks over to you. No, continue.
Now, if you insist, well, if they fail to change, then you gotta have to, either, like, ignore them, or you can, like, replace them, since I'm guessing you guys are.
I would much prefer that we replace them. Unfortunately, it is not my decision to make. Despite being the leader of... He kind of thinks. Despite my position, the Marinas have not exactly garnered the most favorability among the Consortium populace as of late. Ishin kind of thinks and speaks to that. Was that due to the failures of the Sunfish Fleet and the... is that due to the failures of the Sunfish Fleet and the like? Koa kind of turns like a little bit of an eye towards him, and he says, I heard that things there were not exactly as favorable for the Consortium. Or the Tide Pack for that matter. He nods and he says, But the Tide Pact were not the ones blamed for that failure, despite them being the cause. Ishin nods. I see. So then the Marinas were the fall guys. Is that what you're saying? He kind of nods.
A scapegoat of fun.
Yes. Well, more, he kind of says... Well, he says it might be odd to say, but even within the Consortium, there are some classes and differences of class, so to speak. But that is what the new council wishes to change.
Well, hopefully they do so. Sounds like they need a new change of guard.
He nods. As you're kind of going through this, like, there are people that some people like look your way as you guys are walking, and they do kind of notice they notice the Ishin's clothing, and they kind of like, there's a couple bits of murmur. There's some whispers that, what's your passive awarenesses, both Apani and you?
With my hearing, that'll be a 20, and I think it's 17.
Is it a dark or populated area?
It's a populated area. I don't know if that affects your awareness, but...
Oh.
My passive awareness is at 18.
All right. Yeah, you'd hear it then.
17, so 17 and also a 22.
Yes, because you're hearing, so it's 22 for you. Yeah, you both hear. You, as you're kind of listening in, as like they're talking, Ishin and Koa seem to be more like carrying their conversation. You can immediately notice that some of the populace, the Lapsian populace, is starting to see Ishin. They notice Koa. There's like a little bit of notable disregard from some, and then as they notice Ishin and you all, they're kind of like, wait, is that Ishin? And they can hear like the murmur is like, wait, I think is that him? Is that the one that's supposed to be the leader now? Like, I don't know. They're like, can we trust him? I don't know. You know how Memorens are. And there's someone's like, don't say that. It's a different time. We moved past that. And they're like, well, some of us have. Who knows? They might be waiting to do something. Like, there's mummers kind of mixing around both affirmatively and discouragingly. You're not sure if Ishin has noticed or if he's just not letting it bother him, but yes.
Could I make a mood check on Ishin?
Yes. Go ahead. Roll me a mood.
Let me just check.
Okay. And yes, both Apani and you are hearing this.
Yeah, I say to Apani, wow. Guess we got a lot of naysayers around here.
True.
I'm glad Titus was there to hear that.
23.
That would have been starting fights in the street.
Let's just keep the peace for now.
Patricia kind of nods.
Yeah, I'm about to. Yeah, well, if they're near, I can beat their ass in an alleyway.
No beating someone's ass.
She said, we promised Crow we wouldn't get into any unnecessary fights.
She sighs and like, oh fuck. And she like looks up.
Swing first, and you can just kill him.
She rolls her eyes. Fine. You two don't have to like remind me about that. And she looks up to Trish, and you kind of have to. And I have to hold you onto that. You know, train me for that stuff, huh?
I know. Trish. We'll start soon, okay? She just said.
Fine, lovely. Fine, I'll be calm.
As that said, you kind of like look over towards Ishin as he's talking with Koa. Ishin actually is keeping his composure extremely well. Like, you don't see, this man is a fucking fortress. He is keeping his attention to Koa, your group, and kind of just, he seemed to be just kind of coasting on that. He is not letting the words of those around bother him. And it seems to be relatively like, you know, steadfast and calm. His stride has not changed. His heart seems quite hardened and still. As...
Well, regard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I was going to say...
Regardless, I think...
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. It's fine.
No, it's alright. But I think she would, like, be fine, like, going up to him and pat him on the back. And when he sees the Emiko's there,
he would look
give
over.
him a thumbs up. Give him a thumbs up and, like, you know, nod. And then she'll whisper,
he gives you like a nod, and he will say, "Of course, I trust you. I love you." He looks over to the rest of your group there. As that's happening, someone in the crowd kind of like slightly steps out. You notice, and you can see that their attire is not the most, it looks a little bit more impoverished, you can tell, from the rest of some of the other Consortium people, or Lapsian people. And they kind of approach slowly, or they kind of approach, not really slowly, kind of hurriedly, as they kind of say, Ishin, is that you? Ishin? And like, they kind of step over to them. All of you would notice this. I'm just. Is there anything you would like to do, or are you going to not do anything?
I think before he could like come towards us, I think she step ahead. And while she's doing that, I would like to if any check I can do, like to see if there's any underlying
inspection,
ulterior motive.
Oh, mood yeah, mood. That's a mood. Yeah, that's different. I thought you were gonna look for like any like weapons or stuff on there.
Oh yeah, definitely weapons or bombs.
If you want to do both, you can. And also, Pawnee, since you're there, you can also do the same.
You can do a mood upon or inspection if you want.
I think a Pawnee's got a okay inspection. Am I wrong about that?
Let me check. I have a 5. Oh yeah, I have good inspection.
So yeah, if you want to do a mood, yeah.
But do you want me to roll a mood or
inspection? That 19.
I rolled a 14.
A 14. They do have they are wearing somewhat like ragged clothing. They have something tied to their hip, which does appear to be like a dagger, but it's not like they're not reaching toward. You notice they're not reaching towards it or anything like that. And to their side, they have like a pouch, maybe like filled with coins or something, or like certain types of stuff. I got like jewels, or maybe you're not sure. Imiko, you're unsure based on their cadence. Maybe they're just like noticing who it is and they're kind of approaching them. It's hard to tell, but you do step in the way of them, kind of. And what are you gonna do as they kind of see you approach them?
She holds up a hand like, oh, hold there, citizen. What you need?
Koa will also walk over next to you as well. Kind of. This person seems to be a human. You are about their size. You're in your human form, right?
Yep.
So you're like 5'5". Yeah, they're about like 5'6", 5'5", about your size. So Koa is dwarfing them, and you obviously look a lot more seasoned of a combatant. So they kind of put their hands like up a little bit. They're like, I don't mean to be. I'm not trying to do anything. I wanted to.
No, just calm down. Explain. And how do you like identify yourself?
He nods and he says, he looks over a little bit at the Sheen and he kind of says, my name is, wait, is it Jewel? Yes, it's Jewel. My name is Jewel.
Jewel.
Yes.
She turns back to a Sheen. You know him?
The Sheen will kind of step up a little bit. I do not know him by name now, but he kind of looks him up and down. I can tell. You're a Memorem refugee, aren't you? Oh, sorry. You're a Memorem refugee, aren't you? And he kind of looks down and he nods and he says, yes, I am, yes. He drops his hands.
Okay. I think she would like step to the side. Once he's identified.
He doesn't seem to approach more. You do notice that Koa kind of keeps his stride there, but he doesn't seem to approach more. He says, it's been... I have a question. For those of us that left Memorem, that trying to find peace in the Consortium, most of us, if we could not find our way to the altar of the tower, had to endure squalid times among most of the impoverished of the Consortium. Our country... You can see he kind of tears up a bit. Our country was nearly snatched from us by these people. I want to know why did... And as he says that, Isheen, you can see, steps forward and kind of puts a hand on his shoulder. You wish to know... You wish to know why I had decided to still meet with them. Is that correct? And he nods. It is a long answer, but the shortest way to put it. People have suffered quite a lot, as you know yourself. Whether it be from the Consortium or our own. It is time for us to move past that. And for that to happen, we need assistance from others, even if we do not want to admit it. I have seen quite a lot of blood in my life. I have seen quite a lot of impoverishment. I have seen children go hungry. I have seen men and women sacrifice themselves in wars. I would not like to see that for our people going forward. I would not like to see you, my friend, my brother, endure more pain than is unnecessary. Know that the future I fought for is not for just Memorems of the mainland. It is of those as well who belong in the Consortium. You will understand tomorrow, I assure you. He kind of looks over, and he will say, he kind of says, hold out your hand, sir. And the man will kind of like hold out one hand, and he will give him something. He says, give this to one of the main soldiers at the docks. You can get yourself cleaned up there. If you have any family or any other Memorens that you know of, please speak with them. They will be able to help you. I'm not asking you to come back to the country that was war-torn and struggling. But you are always welcome. And if you need assistance, there will always be a door there to help. The man will kind of like look at his hand. Sheen will kind of begin to walk away. And the man will not say much. He will just kind of...
Yeah.
You can see he just kind of seems like he's tearing up a bit. Koa will kind of turn and continue walking.
Yeah, as we walk past the guy, I think she would kind of hand on his shoulder and she'll whisper, "Don't worry, things they get rough, but eventually they get better over time." And then she goes.
I assume Latricia and Apani follow.
Hope so.
Alright. And Koa kind of looks over as you're walking. He's not saying this out like loudly, but he kind of says, "You speak well. I have heard much of the Ishin Ali of Mamor. Tell me, were those words merely sophistry? Oh, not sophistry, sorry. Were those words merely half-hearted?" He kind of looks over. No, they were not.
Well, I hope it wasn't all bluster, and you can actually back it up once it comes to time.
Latricia looks like she was about to say something to you, Imiko, but he kind of turns around and he says, "No, she is correct. Words mean little if they do not match the action and the outcome. I will ensure that they do."
Well, see that you do, because sometimes people eventually get tired of words. They will need to see action eventually.
You may be more correct than you even realize. Oh, what was that, Pani?
I was saying, I trust that he's a man of his word. Imiko is right.
I'm
He just
always
nods. Koa will kind of say, I spent a large portion of my life fighting with people, or fighting with and against people that merely use half-hearted words. He looks at Ishin. He looks at all of you. Outcomes, you say?
Outcome.
He nods. We will see.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Just still unfolding before we imagine it.
Now you're in front of the large inn, and it's like a large, like 10-story tall building that's built along the side of the hill, kind of going into the valley. And you can see like there's a large kind of like almost waterfall area going down into the bay and the rest of the sea. That like you see that there's people, there's like honestly there's actually like water slides and stuff like that. It seems to be like an actual very nice inn.
Very touristy.
Yes, very touristy vibe. Is that what you say? Very touristy?
Yeah, very touristy, big man.
Koa kind of nods. The consortium wishes to make a good foot forward. Well, he kind of says that, and he grumbles. Well, at least some of them do. The door opens. You can see there's several guards like lining the stairs and like looking over from different groups. Some of them see all of you, and they see Ishin. There's definitely some looks. Koa waves to the mariners, and they give him an affirmative nod back. And he will say, I will need to do... He says, I need to see to some things. I believe you should be able to find your way from here. And he will...
Of course.
Walk off.
Thanks for like leading us here.
He nods. Indeed.
Yep, some of
He kind of says, I am curious. I have heard much about the guild and some of their special... He looks at your attire. Officers.
What kind of stuff you heard about?
Things that pique my interest. Your ability is varied. The special role that special officers exhibit in the guild. It is quite intriguing to me. It is interesting, a freedom of sorts I would not expect for a military organization.
Sometimes, most of the time, the guild is free form, but we got ourselves straight and narrow most of the time.
Latricia says, and we're also not just a military organization. He kind of says, that is true, isn't it?
We're more of a peacekeeping type of group.
Some are quite against your forms of peacekeeping.
Well, sometimes it's usually sometimes either Memorem or Consortium who tends to say that. But we tend to ignore them.
Tread carefully. There are ears and eyes everywhere here. And there are those that wait to strike. And he will walk away.
Yeah, see you later, big man. So, and she turns to the group. So, where the fuck is our room?
Ishin says, I believe we'll find out as we enter. As you all make your way to the door. And as you enter, it is a large, brilliant lobby. There is gussied up, there's like gussied up carpets. There's these large kind of like tapestries and paintings along the sides of the walls. Most of the windows are kind of like open to the scenery around. And what's wrong? Oh, are you saying where you got to? Yeah, they're getting their hair cut, I believe.
Oh no, I mean like in game.
Oh, they're back at the docks.
Oh.
Yeah, they went scoping around solo for a bit. Seiyun is also back at the dock. Well, actually, Seiyun is helping move some of the armored knights around with Balin. So, along with Balin and Kaya. So, Brew has slinked off maybe somewhere.
Not back. Just like come back and I'm making the way.
So let me see something. I was looking for. I tabbed into the wrong page? Question mark? No.
Also, question, Dragon.
Yes.
What's the shark man's name again? Ko?
Koa Joe. Koa is his normal name. Joe is kind of his Consortium Lapsian name because.
Samoa Joe.
Koa Joe.
Koa.
Okay,
Koa Joe. Or comma Joe. Here. Koa Joe.
Yes, and his team.
The Mariners. I keep saying Marless. God damn it. The Mariners. The Consortium Mariner branch.
Okay, so the Mariners. Okay.
Mariners. The fish. Well, not fish people. They're the aquatic base group. All right. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. No, that's Roka. I don't need Roka. I need. There you go. This is what I was looking for. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Okay. So yes, kind of in different groups, kind of around. You can see there's some people. There is, well, I'll describe some of the groups you see as you enter in. There is, Relka actually is, Relka's would be kind of catching up with you guys. She was doing some stuff back there, but she'll be here shortly. There are several different people you see that probably are of some importance based on the clothing they wear. You can see that there is a tall woman, it seems to be woman, with large kind of like, I'd almost say it looks like she's wearing a, it's not called a poncho, what the fuck are they called? Oh my god. It is hurting that I don't remember this.
Kind of like a shawl or something.
Is that what it is? Shawl? Let me look it
up. What's the,
Okay, so the thing, it's something that wraps around, it goes over your shoulders. It's often seen in a lot of, like, Aztecian, Mesoamerican, like, Native American. What's it called?
Shawl?
I don't think it's a shawl.
Shawl?
Let me type in shawl clothing. Okay, it's kind of like a shawl, but it's not a shawl exactly.
No, I did it. I got you.
Oh, okay.
It's just... It looks like... Well, we'll say for the sake of things, because I can't remember what the name of it is, and it's bothering me. It is like a shawl that's made of feathers that kind of wraps around their chest and kind of around their back, too.
Okay.
Roll me an inspection. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's yeah, I just checked, and it's called a shawl for some reason.
Yes, you can.
A recollection, you said?
Mm-hmm. There was a recollection, you said? Or inspection, sorry, inspection.
Inspection, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm good at that.
Ah, too bad Alora's not here. Alora knows what this is, I just realized.
Yeah.
A 10?
I rolled a 6.
You have a plus.
Well, they're gonna come over in a moment, I just realized. Yeah, them, and they seem to be speaking with, one person. They seem to be speaking, they're, actually, I'll say this, in a weird way, the clothing and stuff they wear, it reminds you a little bit of, like, Allure of it. Just the fashion of clothing they seem to be wearing and things like that. And then also they seem to be speaking with a very, like probably incomparably to them, kind of like normal human looking guy. He has he has kind of light skin, short hair. I think his hair is like auburn, and he seems to be kind of chuckling about something and talking with her. And they are, I think there's one other person with them, isn't there? It's, I'm on the wrong document. Yeah, I am. That's it. Okay, here it is. It is him, her, and then, yes! This is actually a person that you wouldn't recognize necessarily, but you guys, as players, know. They seem to be a black-furred servalkin with large avian wings. They have a large staff on their back, and some guild sigils as well. They have leather large legs and kind of a
Their
Well,
guilds?
yes, they have some guild and some other things. They have the A for the noblesse symbol on them, on their back too.
No.
Should know them? But as characters.
Yes, your characters don't know them, but you've met this person, though it might have been a few years ago, we'll say.
Few years.
Years?
Yes, as they kind of turn over, and one of them looks over, and he will say, "Ah, that must that must be a Sheen." Wait. Eric's voice. How's Eric sound? Actually, I hadn't thought about that.
Eric.
I was about to say, this from another campaign?
No, Eric isn't the Servalkin. Eric is the white dude.
Oh.
What is his name? What? How would he speak? I'm like trying to get a good voice for him. Oh yes, that must be him. He kind of will wave over and say Ashin, and he will walk over with the other two women, and they will kind of nod over, or not. They'll nod as they kind of meet you all, and they'll say, one of them will speak up. Hello. You all seem to be. She notices. Ah, so you must be the Shadow Guardians that I've heard about. Nyshishka informed me earlier today. This is what this is the black cat woman. But the other woman, she will say, I should also introduce myself as well. All of us. That's there, and he will speak up. My name is Eric, and he'll reach out his hand to the closest person. He seems like he's already shaken Ishin's hand, and he will reach out to Imiko.
Yeah, she takes it by the forearm, and she like shakes a firm handshake or like a forearm shake.
Yeah, he'll give you a shake. He's like quite strong, you, I see. And he'll go over and shake Apani and Latricia's hand. And he'll introduce himself as Eric Burrows, at your service.
Eric Burrows, huh?
Yep.
Consider
Eric.
How about the shot? Yeah.
I'd say there's a general, like, even without making a check, you can make a local regal check if you want to know more about him, but you know who this is as he says his full name. Eric Burrows is one of the two Lapsus or council leaders for the Lapis province. The other one is Reinhardt, who is a large dragonkin man, or red scale dragonkin man. This is his partner in the well, not military. I'm sorry. Actually, kind of was. He was one of the guild restitution corps leaders, at the time at least. Now he is one of the council members. So he seems to be a relatively normal-looking human, not very muscular. He seems like he's not exactly the most, definitely not the most built, but he is quite energetic, and he kind of speaks out. It is good to meet all of you. I did not know that. He's like, I did not know the guild would be presenting us with such, well, honestly, such well-acquainted individuals like yourselves.
We get by.
I mean, he kind of says, well, I mean, I guess that shouldn't be surprising to me. After all, I did used to work for them. He kind of chuckles. Ah, right, and the other person will answer. You may call me Miss. You may call me Miss Ahook, or Lady Ahook, or just Ahook is fine.
I think Imiko will probably offer her hand.
Yep, the large lizardkin woman will give you a handshake as well. Yep, her attire, though it is, you can tell, she will introduce herself as, I am one of the chieftains of the Alto Latel, Lapel tribe. Wait, Lotia tribe, sorry. In Lapel. Yes, we are from the north. Yes, you can tell it's Alto Latel, but the design is very different from the, oh my god, not Capel. What is the tribe that Allure's part of and the Cilia part of? I'm blanking on it. Lotier, Lalel, Capel, and what is that fucking tribe? Oh my god.
I I remember the tip of my tongue.
Someone save me. I don't know. I don't remember.
I think it was like Reclaim. Was it like close to Reclaimers, is it not?
No, Reclaimers was the Auroch Vane group. That was different. What is there?
I also don't remember.
Lapel, or not Lapel. Lotier, Lalel, Capel, and... oh my god, why is it so hard? Alright, one sec. Allure, please help me. I'm just gonna look up Allure's character sheet real quick, or character thing. I just need to know... what if I just type in tribe? Will that give me the answer? Tribe. Veil! That's what it's called. How did I forget? It's literally the name of... never mind. It's, yes, the Veil tribe. I'm sorry. Yes, they have a different color and coordination to the Veil tribe. Theirs seems to be more of a purple kind of aesthetic, and the attire seems to have a different kind of showing. With them, it seems to be more of like a... they have kind of these large tapestries that kind of flow off of some of their clothing. With different symbols and also Littell iconography emblazoned on them.
Yeah, I think Emika would probably look at that, inspect that, and she looks at it. Oh, you're one of the Alto tribes, huh?
She nods. Yes, we are. We are, she says, like I said, from the north, or like I said, from the north. We are putting our more direct foot forward here, considering the situation as it is.
Yeah, I'm sure you also kept up with the other tribes. And also, how are you faring amongst the, over here?
She kind of chuckles. I would not know what you mean exactly, but if I had to make an assumption, we are doing fine. While the Consortium has its issues with us, it has been lessened over the years. I believe that things are taking a turn.
Well, they are taking a turn for the best. Inevitably.
She nods. But, of course, that'll be mainly dictated to see on how we do with, well, this summit.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, that was another thing I wanted to ask, Dragon. Where exactly relative to where we landed is the summit?
In the north. It's past the main part of the city into the north.
Okay.
Yep, it's in an open area. So.
Okay. In that case, I will fly back, or rather, I'll just walk back instead of flying back, and I want to talk to Balin before I head back out again.
Cool. We'll cut to that in a moment.
Yeah. I think Emika will say, so, besides you, everyone else of
the last one, they will introduce themselves. Oh, wait, sorry, can I say it again?
No, sorry. I was about to say, so, just you, or are there any more representatives of the other Ultimate tribe?
There are two others. There's Nasili from the Veil tribe, I believe someone you've met, actually, from what I hear.
Yeah,
and then the other is of the Lalel tribe, native to the Lapis region, or Lapis province. Their name is Sharptooth, or Quata is another way you can call them.
Interesting.
Yes. They might, they are... Nasili is, as you know, quite standoffish. Sharptooth might be stoic, but they mean well. They will not be rude to you if you are not to them.
Well, it'll be fun.
And then they kind of turn, and then lastly, this, and they will give you a lean in and kind of bow to you and say, "Yes, my name is Mirth."
Oh.
I am one of the leaders of Noblesse.
Oh, Mirth, wait a minute. Aren't you famous?
She kind of chuckles. Somewhat. I'm not surprised that you've heard of me, considering you being with the guild. I was part of Team Uber Seo, or I guess you could say I still somewhat am, but it's been a while since I've gone on any operations with them. For the most part now, a few of us are in a little bit of higher positions now, and we check in occasionally, but I believe Umi and Cereza and Lloyd currently are mainly leading things.
Ooh, yes. I think she would also like offer a hand to Murph.
Yep, she would take your hand, kind of give you a, bow and shake you.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't you have a kitsune in your group?
Yes, that would be Umi.
Oh, shit.
Yes, one of the leaders now. Oh, she's one of the leaders now.
I also know that you guys have a dragonkin as well, large girl.
Yes, Cereza. She kind of says, "You seem quite learned about them all." I'd almost think
because.
Go on.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't you say that.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I think I heard about you from talks here and there in the guild.
Yes, they are one of the more Ubateo is one of the more famous ones. So, I believe that our group was one of the poster children of how the guild should be. I wear it as a badge of honor that I participated and helped as much as I did at the time. And I hope that Noblesse can be a place that is safe for them and others around.
Also, I think Imiko will probably take out something from her pack. And she hand it to not Umi.
Mirth.
In question, I think, hey, if you don't mind, if you see that big guy, what's his name? Lloyd, can you get his autograph for me? And when she unfolds it, it's a fucking pin up of it, a half naked.
It's a pin up of Lloyd flexing or something. She will just kind of chuckle. I'll have to tell him he's got some admirers. And she'll say, "Oh, sure thing, I'll have it sent back to you." And she kind of she'll take the parchment, put it in her bag, and she'll say, So, and then they'll turn to Asheen, as Eric seems to have been chatting with Asheen to the side about a lot of different things. Asheen and Eric seem to be weirdly hitting it off well. They seem to be talking and both smiling. And she kind of looks over. There he goes. Hook kind of says, "Yes, he is. He is quite the talkative one." And he kind of "What? I'm the what? I am just mixing and mingling. That's what you're supposed to do at places like this." Oh right, you've been on the ship for so long. Actually, he kind of twirls him away. He's like, "I believe that we should, other than greetings, we can talk with them tomorrow and then the following few days. I'm sure there will be a lot to discuss." He kind of says, right. Just, he kind of looks over. Just so you know, though, and as he says that, you hear someone kind of walking over. Well, you hear someone kind of. No, I guess they would walk over and they kind of just say, "So who is this? Oh, look at what's ragdolled in here. How unfortunate. I'll have to talk with some of the guards. I hear that we've had a problem with dirt getting in recently."
And who is she?
As so funny you say that. As
roll up on this ditch.
As you hear that, it is actually, as far as you can tell, a man who is wearing very gaudy golden leathers. He's got the emblazoned symbol of a hawk and eagle on his chest. He's wearing bright red. Much to actually surprisingly.
Who is this girl?
This is a dude. This is I see what you mean. This is you know who this is, Titus. You just saw their ship outside in the bay.
You said emblazoned, a hawk, you said?
Yes, a hawk and an eagle. The eagle you kind of recognize as like probably like the consortium often reps the eagle, but the hawk you're not sure about initially. Wait, actually, you might be. Maybe. I don't know. What you were gonna say?
Is it like a valiant hawk, like type of symbol?
Maybe it might look a little much like that symbol you've seen from the Valiant Hawks.
When she sees that, when she like clocks that, and she looks down at his like emblazoned mark, and that's her smug smile gets even more smugger as she says, "Oh my, look here, there's trash in the middle of the floor."
He kind of says,
"Hey, aren't you the those valiant idiots? I forgot."
He kind of turns, "Valiant idiots? Nothing of the sort."
Yeah.
He kind of says, "I am part of."
I remember them now.
I am part of something far better than whatever you're talking about, little.
Oh.
What are you,
please, honey?
He kind of sniffs the air. He's like, "Oh, I can smell it from here. You're."
It's called.
I probably would say that you're mixed heritage. It seems.
Oh, so you can smell bloodlines now. What are you, some kind of dog?
He kind of looks over.
Well, then again.
They wish they could have someone as like myself. No, I am not one of those mangy mutts. I am Chase Avron. He kind of like gives a bow, like to no one in particular, just kind of like to kind of himself, and he says, "But you can call me Sir Chase for short."
Yeah. So, kid, what are you doing here exactly?
When you say kid, his expression just gives like a, what did she call me? Like you see the little vein, like, I was here to meet some of the other officials, but it seems as though that they are preoccupied dealing with the mess that has walked in. It's quite unfortunate. You can see Eric kind of looks over now that he notices. Go ahead if you were gonna say something.
I was about to say, oh, you sure? Okay, I think Himiko would say, oh, do you need adult supervision? I mean, we can probably provide you of that of sorts if you want.
Oh my god! I mean, we are the guild.
Yeah, we can help you if you need.
We can help you if you need.
He kind of like
find an adult.
He kind of looks up. He's like, he says, "I am no child, miscreant."
Yeah, I can tell. She's looking up and down, but that smug gets wider.
So he kind of looks over. So, I see the guild has not properly taught people to address their betters. Well, anyway, and he kind of turns and he walks over to the others, and he kind of says,
"People."
Yeah.
And he's like, He looks over at Apon and he says, someone potentially of class, I see. And he kind of gives a unbow, and he kind of sits up. And he kind of turns over. By the way, he seems to completely ignore Emiko and Latricia for the moment, and he kind of looks over. He also seems to ignore Mirth and a Hook, somewhat. Though actually not somewhat a Hook. There's a kind of a little bit of a look side eye to her, but he will look at Eric and Ishin, and Ishin will kind of. Hello there, Sir Chase. I see that you are doing well. He kind of says, He kind of says, is that troubling to you? I know that you like to send those little dirty Memorem riffraff to try to take some of us council members out. Eric kind of says, Eric kind of turns over, and the first moment you've seen a little bit of aggression from Eric. He seemed to be kind of happy-go-lucky, but he kind of steps forward and he's like, and he'll kind of say, Chase, that is against the. He's like, I'm just simply stating the reports that we've received. You know that there was that fiasco that happened in Delva. Come on, we all know what it's from. he kind of has this very big shit-eating grin, kind of like in this knowingly kind of, I would almost say caustic, accusatory look when he looks at Ishin. Ishin kind of turns and he's like, we have indeed looked into the situation around some issues in the Delaware area. And if there was any more connection, I would have shared it with the guild union, as is the standard in these areas. No doubt you would do the same if something were to happen to our lands, of course. And he kind of looks. It's like, of course, we would always do something for a formerly potential satellite state. But, alas, some things slip through the cracks. A Hook kind of looks over. Yes, I have heard that some things, it seems, do quite slip through the cracks among the council. Speaking of, about that matter as it pertained to the Gilded Forges incident. She kind of like looks over. Ah, yes, I did hear about this troubling reports. It's a shame what happened to that area of the consortium. It is unfortunate.
What happened over there, the Gilded Forges?
I heard that there was some trouble with one of our mining expeditions near one of the Alta Latel settlements. My gravest apologies. He kind of looks over and he gives a bow to a Hook. And it says, if any of your people were hurt, of course.
Oh, I remember. You know, that smug smirk that she had. It's a full-on grin. As she said, oh yeah, your people. They suck.
He kind of looks
They're
over. He just looks over. He'll stop himself and he'll kind of say, I'm sorry, I seem to be hearing things. I thought I could have heard a rodent in the room.
By all means, I will say it clear as they were. He like leans in.
He sits up and he kind of turns to you and he says, that's a quite rude way to speak of those Haiti workers, you know. Many of them were Lapsians grown and bred here. Founding stock.
And yet they decided to go and attack a settlement on innocent Alto tribe. Shame about them. Shame about those boys of yours.
I did hear there was some... He kind of walks to the side looking away. I did hear there were some troublemakers that we had happened to, unfortunately, pay for. That is quite unfortunate. I will ensure that I will have to be more diligent with the Garwins and my own to make sure that we limit any potential disagreements and runoff in the future.
Also, a thing before you go on with your fruity speech, you should probably train your...
So your voice is a little bit your voice lowered a bit. It was hard to hear you.
What? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Am I here now?
Yep, you're better now.
I think she'd say, you should train your people more. Sometimes they trip off the edge of the cliff and they break their legs instead of their neck. If they're trying to do something like that.
Yeah, and it says, if any of that rabble got somehow in trouble for the stupid actions they did, then they deserve to be tried in a consortium court of law like any other citizen. I do not care about the rabble that would do something so... He kind of looks to you all. Something so unfortunate to our fellow Alta Latel.
Shame about those boys.
It is.
They died screaming. They died screaming.
Well, that's quite good then. If they were, as you say, troublemakers, then that is the... Yes, then that is how it should have been.
Yes, I hope you and your group, from now on, is more diligent and more
We will
deserving of your time.
ensure that
Isn't that
our
right?
company policy to only hire those that are of proper sorts, we try to
Of
adhere more to
course.
it.
Yes,
I
and also
imagine, though, it
probably
will be
deserving
difficult
of.
for someone of your particular liking, though. It seems that you might cut a little bit lower than the rest.
He just smiles in return.
It's all right. We can't all help where we are from. He just gives a smile.
Oh, please. Oh, did you come up with that right now?
Mirth kind of just looks. Oh, go ahead, Apani. I could not hear what you said. Apani said what?
You cut out.
I need psychically.
Psychically communicates? Who's you psychically communicating with?
Emiko.
Emiko? Alright.
I just said, guys, fix me.
Don't worry. Yeah, well, so don't worry about that, Bonnie. I mean, look at him. He's not. He's just saying words, and yet he's just barking. All bark, no bite.
He kind of looks. He kind of looks over, and he will say, He kind of looks. He looks at you too, and he's like, "Is there something amiss? Oh, is there something amiss?" Oh, you're quiet.
Oh, you are cutting out bad.
Yeah.
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit. I can probably cut you up for a moment. Try speaking now.
Oh, can you hear me?
There you go. Yep, you're good. I cut you up. Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, no, nothing's wrong. I was just asking Emiko if she knew if we had that back at the ship.
He kind of says, asking. He kind of questioning looks. When did you? Ah, I see. Now I know what. He kind of says, I know what you are. He kind of snaps his fingers. I've seen that trick. You're not the only one. He kind of says, you're not the only one, miss, who can do a little trick with psionics.
Oh, wait a minute.
What
You're
do you think
perfect.
Oh, he kind of says, oh, nothing of the sort. Nothing too much. That being said, right, I haven't really addressed the, He kind of says, I haven't exactly addressed the thing in the room. And he'll look around, and he'll say, so, and Ashin will step over, and he will hold out his hand, and he will say, yes, Ashin, yes, Ashin Ali. We will be speaking tomorrow at the summit, no doubt. For our prospective nations, and for the good of Lapsus as a whole, correct? And he kind of... You could see Chase as a moment where, like, there you can actually see the little vein kind of appear in his head. And he kind of was like, yes.
Yeah, you can see Emiko, like, chuckling in the background.
And he will reluctantly shake his hand, and he will kind of say, apologies. Sometimes when I particularly have a bad morning, I run into some unsavory sorts. They were moaning and whinging and complaining. He turns around, like, after, like, letting go of his hands, and complaining something about the certain impoverishment issues or certain sectioning rules or laws that was in place from years ago. The council's been up in an uproar about changing or rewriting them. I don't see this as a reason why. I think that everyone's exactly where they should be in most places. He kind of turns over. He's like, wouldn't you agree, Eric? Eric kind of looks... Oh, right. He's like, that is right. You and your... He's like, right, you're the ball washer for Eric, for not Eric, for Reinhardt. You don't really have much to say else, other than whatever he peddles. I mean... He kind of says, I'm sorry. I let a little bit of council drama slip out of my lips. In any case, yes, he kind of looks over to Ashin. Outside of that, I apologize. I do believe I've been quite rude to some of you in here. And kind of looks over. He'll look over at you, Emiko, and he says, yes, I apologize, and he'll give you a bow.
Yeah, and I do apologize for not addressing you with your proper title, Junior. I mean, Sir Chase.
He kind of looks.
Ew.
And he just look over and say, so, you know my name, but I don't exactly know all of yours. And he looks over.
Then you won't, I guess.
Are you guys saying silently there?
Yeah, you're saying anything like,
Oh.
Oh, my apologies.
I wouldn't say anything either.
Really? Nice to meet you.
are you in a tunnel?
Sounds like it slightly, but
My apologies.
it's alright. Did you say your did you
fell in a
say
hole?
Apani or did you say
I
something
said
else?
his name was
Oh,
You say
why are you in a hole?
did you say your name was what? It cut out.
I said my name was Lily.
Oh, Lily. Oh, okay.
Lily?
Lily?
She says, "Wait." So you say, he's like, Miss Lily. He will approach and shake your hand. And he kind of says, he will look over. He'll look over to you, Imiko. He'll hold out his hand.
I think she grip it by his hand. And
Like hard.
Not to I mean, not that hard. I mean, yes, very hard. Yes.
He's like,
Pleased to meet you. Kirarami Imiko at the service.
yes.
She's not letting go as she's like shaking his hand like for a long minute. Like,
He's like, good to meet you.
we're gonna be well acquainted. Isn't that right, kid?
Sir Chase, that's the name. Would you please mind letting my hand go?
I'm so sorry. She lets go, but he lingers with that crushing grip a bit before she lets off.
Oh yeah, quick question. Are you guys still by the ship?
No, they are in the inn. They're at the inn. They're across town from you.
Okay.
Man, a touristy hotel.
Yep. And he kind of says, he like shakes his hand and puts it behind him. There's a little chuckle from Eric and a hook. He kind of looks over to them, and they just kind of like, look to the side. He kind of says, and you, he kind of looks up, another large one, I see. Chase Avron. And then she will grab his hand and kind of shake it and say, Miss, you can call me, Miss, she kind of thinks for a second. She's like, I'll just, she kind of says, you can just say I'm with the Shadow Guardians. You didn't seem to pay me much mind before, so I don't really see why you need my name now. She just gives him a smile. He's like, that was, you are, astute, I see. I apologize for my prejudgments. And he will...
Do you need glasses, Third Chase? Or
Not
do you,
in the slightest.
question?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
See, he kind of says, see, politics is all about images, perception, and the like. See? Eric here has presented himself as a talkative sort, but as I told you, you would never guess the type of things you hear going down between some members. Besides that,
Interesting.
with me, you might assume that I'm some lost in the mind bigot of some kind, but no, I merely want my nation to prosper, my people to be great. And unfortunately, there are some things that stand in the way of that. Some people, groups, organizations, etc. So, I poke the bear, you could say, trying to see how some are. And I've heard quite a few things about the guild.
Oh yes, I hope you heard of them, good and bad.
Well, they're all around our nation. It's hard to it's hard to not notice them. I believe that they are unnecessary in our area.
Well, technically, it is necessary since we help you guys recover your things, and we keep the peace of sorts.
Could we not do it for ourselves? Machine.
I mean,
Eric would say
she likes.
Eric kind of looks over to you as you smirk, and he will say, "The consortium has done not the best job of that in the past." And he looks over. Ah, yes, Eric, that's the case. That's why all of us were brought in here, new era and all the sorts, to bring Lapsus to the consortium and all of Lapsus to a new prosperous era. Isn't that right? Isn't that what you said, along with your Reinhardt, of course? Isn't that what you say with Miss Lady Ahook? Air kind of like looks over. Yes, that is what we say, and that is what we mean. He kind of says, that we are all of agreement here. I just feel that, well, the guild represents an unchecked form of power in our consortium. See, they are a foreign group of interlopers here. Many people that are not of our, excuse my excuse my phrase, but many people that are not of this land waddle about freely, doing all manner of things that we can't exactly monitor. Eric kind of speaks up. He's like, yes, I understand, Eric. The guild does report these things, but you know as well as I that they don't pass over all that information. After all, if it hadn't been for our own scouts at the area and own control guard at the area, we would not have known of the attack that happened on one of the estates of one of our, it seems, lost consortium criminals. I believe the guild took care of that, and you have our thanks for that. Mr. Darren Preach, I believe, was his name.
Always welcome.
But this would have been a matter that the consortium could have happily and easily taken care of itself. We had our personnel there, and we heard from them that there was a group that attacked the estate during their investigation. You wouldn't happen to know about that, would you? He kind of leans in a bit more to all of you.
Not that we know of, unfortunately.
Quite troubling. I mean, yes, it's quite troubling. Right, Miss Mirth, I forgot I did not address you. I understand you were formerly part of a guild team. But you wisened up and decided to lead a nation towards greatness, but I guess it is still under the thumb of the guild, so he kind of like, like shucks his shirt forward, like kind of like, his posture. Unfortunate for that. Don't have no doubt, though, that you are a great leader, of course. Noblesse is prospering, after all. Much better than some of its neighbors. I wonder if the guild seemed to have not shared some of its assistance with others. He kind of looks over at Isheen when he says this. Isheen and
It just sounds so punchable. Like Titus, what does instantly upon hearing him?
He really is so punchable.
He's so glad he's not there.
Titus
he
would
have caused an incident by now.
Titus cannot be allowed near certain people who cause a diplomatic incident.
Man.
You know, that is ironic coming from like someone who has charisma.
Hey.
Chris.
Good.
Because smiling at this, like.
Isheen will.
It's all bark, no bites.
Isheen will kind of look over and say,
Go ahead.
Yes, you are right. The guild has had difficulties with our nation. However, that is what we are here to change. He's like, of course, how could I forget? You are here to ask for help. From your former oppressors, as you called them. Quite interesting of a choice. I will be interested to see what you have to say tomorrow to your former handlers, so to speak. What offers you have to give now that your nation is... right. That Civil War ended. Congratulations! And congratulations on your appointment as leader of Memorem. I'm sure that came with quite a lot of struggle and strife. No doubt there's people gunning for you in that position. As there is with us ourselves. We have such a responsibility to our people. It's unfortunate that some can't see that, isn't it? Ishin says, "It is, but we still stand for our people to make sure that their lives are better. Something I'm sure that would be difficult to understand for those of a, well, how shall I say it, a higher stature, a higher beginning in stature of class over others that did not have that opportunity when they were born." He kind of looks, "I don't know what you mean." He kind of says, nothing of the sort. I am simply saying that class dynamics are difficult to those that are incapable of seeing the difference. He kind of says, "Well, our dear Eric here, while he might have been a relatively wealthy man, I am sure that he could understand something of the sort." He kind of motions to Eric and he says, Isheen puts a hand on Eric's shoulder and he's like, "No doubt, I am sure that he can. After all, he was not the one I was speaking of ill-gotten wealth and means." It's kind of like a... Yes, well, of course. No, I'm sure that no one here fits that bill. In any case, I will be happy to see you all later. I have important things to do. And I will be on my way.
Like
Go ahead.
find a supervisor.
Ah, yes,
Find
my
a dog of
guards.
sorts to guide you over here.
Yes,
I mean, your guards.
yes, as you can see, someone walks over beside, like you can see two people walk beside, like kind of from the sidelines over. One of them seems to be wearing like garrison knight armor, this kind of like large, kind of gilded blue, silver, and gold armor that kind of walks over and sits at attention by him. And another one you can see, they seem to be a... Oh, no, they would probably not be here. So it would just be another guard, we'll say. Another one similarly walks up.
I inspect them.
Yeah, give me an appraisal or give me appraisal inspection. What are you trying to figure out?
Yeah, like what's like
Appraisal, it has a couple of different things, but it can normally mean you're looking for the worth of something, value, you're ascertaining. Outside of that, you're also you're kind of sizing someone up in a quick gesture. Or not someone, but you're sizing something up in a quick gesture.
I see.
It's like a lot of your quick thoughts towards a thing.
Uh-huh.
appraisal or inspection.
It can also tell you the authenticity of some things as well. Like if something is like fakely made or something like that, like forgery.
So which skill is it right now? Appraisal or
Appraisal or inspection, whichever you prefer.
Let me just check.
Apani can also do the same if she wants, or they can do a soul sensing as well if you want to know more about their spiritual awareness.
Cool. Do I want to do soul sensing, or was the other option appraisal?
Appraisal was also an option, yes. They seemed...
12.
Yep, feel free. They, you can tell as you're looking them up and down, they are definitely, they look a little bit seasoned in terms of actually, not a little bit. With a 12, I wouldn't say it's hard to tell. They're not putting off the vibe of, like, hiding that they are seasoned combatants. With the emblazoned symbol on their chest of the... Oh, wow. That was a 24, or a natural 20.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are very, like, strong. Was the 20 a appraisal, or was that soul sensing?
The first one is appraisal, the second one is soul.
So you're not able to tell spiritually wise how strong they are, but physically and generally speaking, how their stature is and how their stance is, these guys are ready to draw at a moment's notice. They are not to be trifled with, that you think. They are very, very astute combatants. Emiko, even with the 12, you can tell that these guys are quite well, martially at least. One of them has a large greatsword, or both of them have large greatswords on their back, and they have the emblazoned symbol of the zeal on of ivory of zeal on their chest for the consortium.
I think Emiko, unlike with Chase, I think he give the guys a more respectful nod to them, if they ever do.
They don't seem to weirdly, they don't seem to regard you at all. They just kind of stay at attention. And Chase kind of says, they are men of few words, as it should be.
Men of few words? Could I do a soul fencing?
Yes.
Are you sure they're not fucking robots?
Oh, so you do a soul sensing.
Yeah, let me just check. Soul energy, you said? Oh no, soul sensing.
Soul sensing.
Yes, I am here. Oof. The dice don't like me.
Yep, they do not. You're not really sure. Similar to Apani, they either are hiding their spiritual signature very, very well, or it seems that you might just not be able to sense it as much. Your senses might not be. It might be dulling slightly. But he will turn around and say, "With any case, ta-ta, see you tomorrow," and he begins to walk off.
See you later, Junior. Third Chase.
Beginning to walk next to, you can see another two people walk next to them. One of them is actually, let me see. I think I know one of them. Is it two or one? Oh, I'm sorry. There would have been a third person, I think, there with them. I'm just getting the name. I know who one of them is. It's gonna make sure the other one. Yes. So there's two people that would also do it, and they would also come over with them. One of them you recognize as the short dwarven girl, or the short dwarven lass, Macy, who seems incredibly tired right now as she just kind of lumbers over, just, here we go again. Oh, all right. And she just kind of keeps going. She seemed like she was drinking at a bar and not really paying much of the conversation much of a mind. She sees your group, but she doesn't seem to say anything at the moment. She just looks kind of really tired.
Gives a little wave.
She gives like a half-hearted wave, and then you can also see. Oh, the other one wouldn't be here. They're probably looking after Emmanuel right now, and you can see Chase kind of snaps. He's like, "And where were you?" She's like, "I was just sitting down for a moment, resting." And he's and she's like, what was it? She kind of says like, yeah, I know. It's like, do we need to bring up another performance review after your little incident in the bay a few days ago? Or in a bay, in the ocean a few days ago. She's like, no, we don't have to. Good. He guys says, these two can accompany me for now. He says, you can accompany me back to my room, but after that, he's like, they can guard me. You're dismissed since you want to spend all of your time goofing off or fucking around of some kind. She's like,
yeah, I think Emiko would probably interject, like, hey, you best be up with bodyguards, you know. You could handle a thing or two.
She kind of turns.
They need supervision.
He kind of looks back. He says, I do not need your commentary, Kitsune. I know how to keep my people in line. I imagined you know how to do your own, so keep to your side of that wall. And he will turn back.
Yeah, sure. Wow. And she tends to. Well, that's a cool guy, huh?
Latricia says, Chase Avron. So that's. He says, yes, I have heard of them. Eric kind of just. Yes, he's an asshole. You don't even have to sugarcoat it. Unfortunately, though, he ran in a relatively uncontested area. The Hirose province is known for its complications and its other issues as it pertains to getting better, we'll say, past the new era. Apologies.
It's all fine. I mean, he is all bark, no bite, though. I mean, do you listen to that guy most of the time?
A Hook kind of says, well, when we need to know, he can be a loudmouth, so sometimes he actually talks a bit too much, and he lets a little bit more that he needs to slip. So yes, sometimes we do, unfortunately.
Huh. That's interesting. Something to keep an eye on him on when we get to the summit.
Yes, she kind of says, but besides that point, there is other things to concern ourselves with, like, of course... She kind of says, oh, right, we've taken enough of your time, and we can talk somewhat throughout the rest of the day. And she kind of looks over. Mirth kind of looks over and says, yes, that's probably true. Asheen, we should let Asheen get settled into his room. And you can see at this point, Relka also arrives through the door, and she kind of squints and looks over. She sees, like, Chase off to the side, like, going up the stairs, and there is a look of, like, sheer hatred as she sees him.
Oh.
And then it immediately goes away. And she goes right back to attention.
Do I see that?
Oh yeah,
She
it's
sees a Sheen?
no, not a Sheen. Chase, as he's like going up the stairs. There was like a sheer amount of hatred for a moment, and then immediately went away. And
Yeah,
yes, Imiko, you would have seen it as she walks over and says, she will give Sheen a hold her fist up and kind of like the attention for Memorem, and she will say, the everyone here, everyone has been checked into their respective residencies, and also we have currently a amount of people cycling for watching at the summit and around the area here. If you will permit me, I would like to stay by your side. And he kind of says,
Oh.
Go ahead.
You sure? I'm like, sorry. You sure about that? What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Relka.
She holds up off of the hand. Oh, Relka. Yeah, it's been a while. Not actually a while. More like, nice to meet you.
She looks. There's a moment where she looks down and she kind of thinks, and she will like. There's a kind of a knowing gesture, and she will reach out her hand. Ah, yes, you were the snooping kitsune. Imiko, I believe, is your name.
Kitsuragi Imiko, at your service, of the Shadow Guardians.
She nods. And I guess this is I've seen some of your team in passing, and some of the equipment and such. The guild is quite outfitted quite well. Nothing that I wouldn't expect, though. That being said, hopefully we don't need to use those weapons. However, with certain people here, I'm not sure.
Don't worry about him. She just motions to the retreating form of Chase. He's kind of like a little dog. He's just nothing.
She kind of says, she looks over. I see that Eric is here. Eric Burrows is here. So I imagine, she nods. Yes, as Eric has told me, that means that there's one person from each of the provinces here. She kind of says, I saw Hirada at the dock speaking to many people. It seems that he is quite loved among the Consortium. She says, of course, he is a war hero after all. The man that saved the Sunfish fleet, or what remains of it at least. She kind of says, yes. I was able to tell. She kind of looks at him. Oh, I see, you gave a quick appraisal of his abilities. She nods. Of the combatants here, he is probably the most dangerous. She nods. Maybe outside of... she kind of says... She looks over and she notices... Maybe outside of this person. Looking at a Hook. And she just kind of says... I am quite adept with combat. Most Altalatel are. Even some of our civilians. Not for the sake of military like the Tide Pack, but more of a tradition and cultural thing. She nods. I see. She will look over. Seems like kind of be like a weird kind of synergy between her and a Hook. for a moment. She just kind of nods and says, "In any case, I will accompany you." And Ishin's like, yes, ma'am." And he just nods. And they will go to the side and get checked in. As that's happening, and seems like Ishin is like getting everything together. You will notice that Eric and I almost said Apani. Eric and Ahook will kind of wave to you guys, and they will head off somewhere into the city. Mirth seems like she's heading back up to her room for the time being. And then as
What
they're,
day is it?
it is midday. It's getting a little past 2 now, at this point, or probably 1 or 2 at this point. Eric, well, not Eric. I meant to say Macy. You'll notice as Ishin is kind of coming back over, and he says, I will head to my room for some time, but I do wish to come out and start, not necessarily sightsee, but I wish to go and pay my respects and meet with some of the. She kind of nods. Yes, some of my people reported that I was a man that came to meet them. She says, yes, I believe his name was Jewel. Did you? She says, yes, we helped them out, and we do know where the other Memorems in the more squalid areas of the city are. She says, good. I would like to go the rest of the day and see them. She says, but you've been traveling all day, sir, and he kind of says, I will have time to rest for the main event tomorrow, do not worry. We must ensure that our people know that we are here for them, too, not just the ones back at the home. She just, yes, sir, and she will nod. Says, and to the rest of you, considering that I will have Miss Relka here guarding me most of the time, you do not need to feel the need to stay by my side today. I assure you, I will not be attacked or anything. And if I am,
Oh no, don't worry.
Relka can take care of it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all he says, is Relka can take care of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'll doubt Miss Welker's abilities, but we'll keep a close eye on you too when you walk about.
Patricia kind of says, yes, it is technically, well, she looks up at Relka is technically, your main guard detail from Memorem. The guild is supposed to be supervising this entire ordeal. It would be rude of us to not. Relka kind of looks over and says, we are capable of defending ourselves. Now,
yes,
at least,
you are.
Do not worry. She says, yes, but...
But
Sheen kind of is like, Ms. Relka, they have a point. It is only proper. I do not believe they mean it in a way of discounting our abilities. Think of it as a gesture of good faith. She looks over at you all
but
and
not only that,
nods. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Sorry if I went interrupting.
No, you're fine.
Nah, I think she said to Rebecca, if you think we're doubting your abilities or your combat abilities or thinking we're overstepping, don't worry. I think you'll be well in hand. And also, you guys do need the help, and also, shore up some defenses once it comes time to that.
She looks at him. She just nods. And she will say, Ishim will say, at least one of them. She nods. Yes, at least one of them is fine. And she will look over. As that's happening, Ishin, he's like, they seem to be going to head up to their room for a moment, or to his room for a moment, and as that happened, Macy, you see, walks in and goes back and sits at the bar. That's alright, Afani. But yeah, she goes back and sits at the bar and just... You can see her just face plant, basically.
Yeah, I think once everyone's like on their way, I don't know about Pommy though. I think she would dial up next to Macy at the bar, put down some gold, and say,
Well, then on that note. Oh no, yeah, you weren't muted. I thought you knew.
No, it's alright.
Yeah, I did hear you. Don't worry, it's alright.
Don't worry, I had it. I had something on my end to help with the sound, but real quick with Macy because it won't take that long. But then we'll cut over to the things.
Yeah, so I think she put down some gold here and she say, "Bartender, get us some drinks over here." And then she like looks through the dwarf. Oh, you talking to?
She looks up. Yeah. Let me tell you, it's just an annoying one. What? And she looks over. Oh, Himiko. I didn't. She says, "I'm sorry. I forgot. You did wave to me. I apologize. It's been." She rubs her eye. It's been a busy last few days with all the summit and getting chewed out.
Oh, no. It's all fine. Sometimes it's real rough around here.
Yes, Hirata, Chase, and Emmanuel weren't exactly happy with my unsanctioned action in the icon fall situation. Even though it only took us off course for around a day or so. They were not exactly happy. Technically, we had some damages to our vessel and some equipment. So, I got chewed out for the unsanctioned action. Despite me being one of the Forge Cast master leaders and being able to make those decisions on the fly,
but no one got hurt, huh?
Well, there were a few injuries, but nothing major. No one died.
And I don't know. I don't see the reason why you should get chewed out because of a little detour. I think you do. I think you did well.
She kind of looks over, gives you like a half-hearted smile, and she's just like, you know, when I wanted to be a forge master, I guess part of the reason was because I had such a knack for engineering and such, and I wanted to help around with the Consortium. I wanted us to be something that wasn't so bad. Forge masters felt like one of the areas where at least had the least amount of baggage, and something I could at least, I don't know, turn it into something better. I've worked my way all the way up, and
It's not like the thing that you did. Not like that. Sometimes you don't realize it's much more than that.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult.
But hey, gotta work towards it. Look at me. I'm just like, don't know what I'm doing, but hey, I'm just winging it.
You know, sometimes I envy you, Guild. You're able to kind of act wherever you want to a certain extent. I mean, I guess the nation has to permit it. But with most of the council being part of you guys, or formerly part, I should say, it basically allowed them to do what they kind of need to.
Yeah, sometimes like in some like areas, we're kind of a necessary evil, you know.
I wouldn't really describe you guys as evil, but I wouldn't be lying if I said I don't get a little bit. Kind of thanks. Maybe it's the booze talking, but I'm feeling a little bit more able to speak, I guess, on it. Some people in the military aren't exactly happy with the guild. Multiple branches.
Obviously.
It's kind of sad. Oh, what was that, Pony?
Why aren't they happy?
Well, outside of some old wounds and, we'll say, sticking it to, so to speak. A lot of us just feel like, well, some of us are becoming obsolete to a certain extent.
Nah, I don't think so. You're not obsolete. I think you need to get your skills recognized more.
It's not really about skills necessarily only. I mean, when some consortiums look for help for dealing with monsters or raiders, they don't always run to the Forge Masters, the Control Guard, or Marinas, or Garrison Knights even these days. Sometimes they run to the Guild. Granted, it's not as many as it might be seen from all the propaganda some of them people spout, but it's definitely noticeable among the guard detail, or the military. I guess they just feel like sometimes they kind of chop liver, you know? I know you don't mean to do that. I've met enough with you guild people. I know that you don't. If anything, most of you trying to do what you can to help people, and I respect that. I guess it kind of hurts to make it hurts the whole jealousy thing about something from some of us that know. Makes us feel like the bad guys again.
No, I don't think so. But hey, if you want to hear it, I would like to say, as a guild member, I sincerely apologize for making you feel that way.
She kind of like
It
waves it
gives
off.
you like a playful
It
smile.
doesn't necessarily make me feel much better. If anything, it makes me feel worse. It makes me it makes me realize that it again. She just says it makes me know that you guys are really good natured.
You know, I think you know what else is good. I think she slammed like a couple of gold coins here, and she said, "Bartender, some drinks over here."
A poor forlorn man kind of walks over and he looks over. Miss, yes, Miss Macy, are you sure that she slides some gold? And she's like, fill her up. Alright, he kind of like goes to the side. I see, he says, at least you have some drinking buddies right now. There's like when he looks back, there's like a slight smirk, and then he goes back, get some drinks.
Like a good-natured smirk, or like
No, not a bad one, like a good-natured smirk, it seems. To the comment he made, it seems. Not a bad one, yeah. Just that like a kind of like a she's got some drinking buddies, like a smirk.
Yeah.
And yeah, you drink a little bit, and we'll cut away for a moment as you talk to Macy about some things. We'll cut back in a moment to give you an update. We're gonna cut back for a moment to Titus. As Titus, you are currently tucked away to the side right now. Not doing, at this point, you're not doing too much. Like I said, people have been occasionally asking what you're doing while you've been flying around, but nothing crazy. You stow away to the side, and they kind of leave you to your own.
What's it called?
Yeah, your spiritual energy
around the city.
Yeah. Were you going past the docks, or were you just going to, or were you going into the city?
Yeah, I was in the city. I was going in the city around.
When you go around the city, that's definitely like more. There's definitely some more noticeable things, and actually, someone would. One of the guards, like a control guard person, would kind of wave you over, like to come down. I don't know if you'd follow it, but
no, I wouldn't.
Okay. They kind of give you a look.
Maybe not the first time.
Yeah, one of them gives you a look after you kind of disobey, and they kind of mumble something under their breath, just walk away. A few others kind of say something, but like if you go down eventually, they don't really say anything.
Yeah.
But yep, you tuck yourself away to the side of like a side street. No one's really paying you much attention.
Yeah, I just kind of want to meditate and do another soul sensing just to see what kind of energies are out there.
Go ahead. Now you're in the city.
This might be a little overwhelming considering how many people are just out and about in the city, but I am looking for something.
Also, there's a certain range, so you can't detect the entire city, so.
Yeah, of course. Doing it in ranges, and I love that I fucking went and got a new dice because I dropped the other one and it flew under the bed, and as soon as I rolled this one, it flew under the fucking bed.
Nice.
I grabbed it though. I'm good. Okay. Oh no. 17 plus 5.
Uh, 22 then.
Yeah, that is plus 1. Okay, yeah, 22.
So you're sensing around. You don't detect anything too off. Mostly just different people around. Mostly like regular, like I'd say more weaker signatures as you'd expect from most common people. Nothing too crazy. Maybe a few blips around the area walking around. Some of the soldiers, certain specific ones you notice, like maybe the more armored up ones, the garrisonite people that might walk the streets, and you can see them kind of toting and making like kind of like doing a formal like stride down like the main street, like different people like calling out to the consortium or the garrison guard and being kind of like like speaking out to them and stuff. They have notable signatures. You notice a lot of fire, radiant energy kind of signatures around. Nothing too much, though. For a
What if
faint
I say?
moment. Oh, go sorry.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, what if I say I'm looking for a vibe?
What are you looking for?
Like, okay, I want to like if the atmosphere, the attitude atmosphere of
Oh,
like
that
people in general.
I see. Roll mood.
Mood, okay.
Yes, and also I'll tell you something else because with that,
Wow,
there's something else you're gonna detect.
that's another 17.
All right.
So 19. I think my mood is 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, that's a 1, so 18.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you rolled them there. In that case, I will just switch for now back to the other window capture then, since you're not rolling on the board. All right, so 18 mood. It is, I would say it's hard to, not hard. There's a lot of mixed signals going around. You're getting vibes from different people, the like more common people, the that are being like, there's a mix of excitement, there's a mix of like, because it is kind of like a festival. There's like kind of floats and people showing stuff around. There's like different, you can see there's different groups of different people around, maybe even people that aren't really native here, more like tourists and stuff like that, that are all kind of
Am I
walking
at least
around
still
talking.
getting like at least hints of the vibe that I got in Memorem?
The unease, yes, there is still a vibe. Like while there is all of that, there is unease still there. And it's not just from Memorans. It is from a lot of Consortium people. It is from some or the Auroch vein. Maybe not as much from the Auroch vein and Noblesse, but definitely from the Consortium and Memorem people a lot. Some from the Alto, but not as much. It's just, I'd say it's more notable over the Auroch vein and Noblesse, but it's not as much as the Consortium broadly. Then the other groups, like you might see some Tide Pact individuals, they seem completely like, they don't seem to really care too much. They seem to be kind of carrying themselves as if this is a regular like military endeavor. You also notice they carry themselves, and that is notable, like it's a military endeavor. There might be some Consortium people you see kind of slack, and I wouldn't say slacking off, being more like casual. Most of the Tide Pack soldiers here are like very much at attention, and they all seem to be part of, you would hear a mention called the Honor Guard. That they seem to be kind of like keeping attention and stuff like that. You would see there walk with one. There's a person that you would have seen pass by as you're kind of off to the side or flying around. There is a man, a marless man, that seems to be, which basically means he looks like an anthropomorphic swordfish, who walks with a very, what's the word I'm looking for? A very pointed and very proper stature as he walks the streets with his honor guard. Behind him, you would have seen that at one point there was a person that was sitting atop of maybe like a float of some kind that is they seem to be sitting on top of like this large kind of fish like float or like fish shaped float that looks like a dolphin, and there is a bunch of like water dolphins like circling the top of it, basically like going and flipping out from over underneath of it and over top of it. They kind of keep going from like a pool that's at the bottom of it, and they kind of just go out of the pool, back in, out of the pool, back in. And they are accompanied by some almost like enchanter dressed individuals or like more magically inclined. Though for the person sitting, or kind of like not sitting, but I guess they'd be kind of standing atop the float at one point, and they would jump off and kind of start walking. They seem to be, they almost kind of remind you of how Allure is, like in terms of her combat style and more of her stature. Which is very different because most of the other one, there's like a mix from the I'd say they're all Porphyllors, you see, or most of them are Porphyllors. They seem to be a mix of more what you'd say like enchanters or arcanists or like channelers, and then some of them seem to be more martial kind of mix. Which there is some looks towards that from the stands from different people, but nobody really says much to them outside of like the occasional you might hear someone say like, "Oh, is that the new bolstering current? I guess Ultra is trying a new different type of, I guess a new type of bolstering current member now, it seems. I didn't hear like some people whispering like, I did hear that they changed, that after she was appointed, she had a lot of changes made to them. I guess they're more, what's the word? Someone says militant? Another person kind of mentions like, well, that's kind of it's kind of the standard with the Tide Pact, isn't it? They're so adhering to their doctrines. Yeah, I guess so. And then like that kind of like carries off. She seems to look like left and right. She does have a bit of a serious look on her face, but then she kind of like softens a bit more when one of her soldiers seem to come by and like say something to her. She kind of
Is this
nods
still
herself.
from the mood roll, or is this from the soul
Yes.
sensitive?
This is a mixture of like what you've been seeing with your. So this is kind of like what you've been seeing and what the mood you're getting from that.
Okay.
Is.
Okay.
So I'm kind of telling you like all you've seen, like the mood vibe you would have gotten from a lot of it. Additionally, outside of them, a lot of the other moods are again a mixed bag. There are people that are excited, there are people that are apprehensive, and there are people that are kind of disaffected. It's shocker. It's the summit has a lot of different people thinking and saying different things. So. But yeah, outside of that, there is one other thing you notice. For a second, a brief moment, a signature just on the edge of your sensation, on the ends of your senses, comes and goes like instantly. It feels familiar.
Do I have a moment to react before it goes?
It is quick. It is too quick to really. It is too quick to catch onto because I would say you would instinctually try to go after it, especially what I'm going to tell you next, but it's just gone, like immediately upon leaving, or upon like it disappearing. It could have been like faintly very far down the lane or like down the road, and then like they probably turned the corner if it was a person. Well, I guess I kind of alluding to it.
Yeah.
You could have sworn you sensed Neil.
Oh.
Just for a brief second, like just it was like you recognize this. It was something. It wasn't that it was strong necessarily. It was that it was so. It kind of brought so much of an emotion to you immediately that you would immediately recognize it, and then as you immediately try to get up and go, it's gone. It's just gone.
Could I at least know like what direction?
It seems like it was going towards the east. East of the city, but like they might have. That's just where it disappeared to. Maybe they ended up going north or whatever.
Oh my god.
And again, there's almost a moment where you wonder if like you just had like a phantom signature. It can happen before, like especially as your emotions get up, that you feel like a phantom signature of something. But it was just briefly there for a moment. You felt it.
Okay.
And then it's gone.
So, just out of instinct, I'm going to go anyway.
Yep, go
to
east.
where I believe I felt it.
Yep, you go over to the edge
Stop
of where
there
your
for a
signature
minute.
could detect, and yeah, you can do like a little. I'll even let you roll a check if you want, like an awareness to like see around. It looks like it was it wasn't like off the beaten streets into a. It was just like the regular part of the street, like by a shop, basically like by a small market.
Oh, I got a 25.
Nice. You don't see anything of note.
Damn. Okay.
And again, it's just one of those things where it seems like it also might be hard to tell because there's been so many people walking around. Like this is a full city, and it's during an event too, so like people are going to and from, so it's hard to keep track. You also know, even if it was Neil is very sneaky.
He is.
So it
is definitely It's definitely understandable for her to like hide her signature if she wanted.
So yeah, they wanted to, but again, not really any notable trace of them. But again, you did think you felt it for a moment. And that was it. I will say it was only theirs. It wasn't anyone else's, just theirs. You felt like again that you would notice that it was like pointed out to you. You didn't feel like Umbra or anything like that. Just it was just them for a moment. Anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I'll go. I think I'll go flying again.
All right, just going flying around the city.
And I'll just kind of release my, aura again. Just, basically like screaming out that I'm here.
Yeah, you're like, now you're
as
like,
I fly
you
around.
want someone to find you. You're like, please. But
What? And I guess I'll go north.
Okay, go north to see
Not
like the summit
fast
area.
or anything.
Yeah, just like casually flying. Yep, you can
And
see.
Honestly, I might end up landing after a minute.
The as you kind of head up north, you can see that there is definitely noticeably more guard detail from different groups around. As you're getting closer to the summit area, you can see this is where there'll be also as you get to like there when you get to it, there's like a blockade kind of where there's people that if they want to go in, they have to get checked in, so to speak. And you can see that they have a they're checking different people in. They're loading. They're taking in different things. You can see some armored knights and vehicles kind of coming in, carrying some stuff, horses and wagons as well. Some people see you. A couple of people kind of like turn away, just kind of not necessarily. You get the vibe that some people might be a little chafed at your presence.
Same one.
Yep, just a little, but not everyone.
I was about to say I'm not like hiding my horns, but
yeah,
I forgot they are longer now, so
it's your demeanor in general is somewhat noticeable, but they just kind of they don't really say anything. And again, it's not everyone in the even any of the branches even. There's kind of like they just kind of like there's a mix. Not everyone is giving you the mean look here.
What if like not even mean looks, but just like suspicious activity?
Yeah, some are suspicious. Like keep an eye on that one. He might do something shifty. But then no one comes up and says anything to you. And like as you kind of look around the area and stuff, and if you like ask to be let in, they'll like see your guild person, check in your name, and then they'll let you in. They're not gonna like fight you on that or anything. It seems. There is a lot. So the summit, this like estate, basically the summit's gonna be held at. There is a large kind of like open field that leads with a path that leads towards the summit area, and it's almost like it's surrounded by a large park. It seems. And this park you can actually see would probably have citizens like going around it. It seems like this might be also like an event center as well, like a show, like a what's the word I'm looking for? A theater, almost too. Like it might be a multi-purpose type of building, but obviously at the moment that is not the case. There are armored knights standing around from different militaries. You can see there's three Memorem units standing up. There's a couple of guild units walking around, some Auroch Bane ones that actually you see two like aircraft things like fly down, transform, and kind of land. They have that Auroch Bane symbol. So yeah, different groups. You can see some Tide Pack Honor Guard that are like, it looks like they're almost like training a little bit and stuff like that with some of the Mariners and things off to the side. Some of the some of the garrison knights and such. Some of the Mariners, there's like a weird vibe you'd get. I'll go ahead, I won't even make you roll for this, but there's a weird vibe you get where the Tide Pack seems weirdly despondent or kind of disregarding of the Mariners for some reason.
Okay.
Like they don't really seem to be interacting, which would be weird. You'd expect them to kind of, if they're going to practice, you'd expect them to practice against people probably of a similar combat style. They seem to not want anything to do with them. And the Mariners don't seem to be trying to reach out to them at all. They just kind of seem to be keeping to their own self. they're not really practicing, just
Do I
kind
know
of
what
off
the
to the
difference
side.
between them are?
Yes, the Tide Pact. In terms of attire, it's very obvious. The Tide Pact, also attire and also the way they carry themselves. The Tide Pact are wearing mostly attire, or mostly more. What would I put it like this? Their attire is green, blue, and silver, whereas the honor guard you see is mostly blue and silver in terms of color. They're not honor guard. I'm sorry. The mariners are mostly blue, silver, and golden color. Also, their torso, they have kind of like a half kind of plate covering or half like armored covering around on their chests and things like that, or kind of like a top part, like a cutoff around the abdomen, where they wear it. Whereas the Tide Pack seems to be mostly wearing lighter clothing or lighter armor clothing, gauntlet shoulder pads and things like that, with a lot of gaps in between. And it seems like it has almost like a choral aesthetic to some of the armor. Whereas the other one is more kind of like it almost looks like more of like a knightly aquatics armor for the mariners, whereas the other one seems to be more of like what you'd expect from like a traditional aquatic choral type vibe. So, noticeable at least in designs.
If I were to look, would I, you think, have noticed the anyone in those outfits that those one Memorem that one Memorem group had, that also the other guys
Oh,
had?
you
Remember what I'm
mean
talking about?
uh
The monk guys.
you said the monk guys? Oh yes, you mean the guys that you got that you fought, or that the guys you
Yeah.
saw at the end? No, they're different. They are very different. There is someone here from the Tide Pack that looks like they might be some type of martial artist, just based on the attire and the way they're carrying themselves. But the style of
Okay.
combat they're participating in is unrecognizable from the one you saw. It is very different. They kind of seem to be like, they move their hands around. You can see they waft like energy in their hands, kind of like moving it back and forth, almost like a wave across, like a ball of water, kind of rolling off of their arms and legs, almost like it's almost like they're kind of practicing, like if they were kicking a ball back and forth, or I guess I say rolling a ball back and forth around their arm and leg. You can tell this ball is just spiritual energy, but yeah, very different style of combat. But yeah, this is the area you see. This is the stage that will be the summit.
Okay. It's still like middle of the day now, right?
Yeah, it's the middle of the day.
Okay. I'm gonna fly to like the highest point.
Cool.
And
just overlook.
Yep. I meditate, overlook. Do that for a couple hours, I guess.
Yep. No one really stops you. Like some people see you up there, but they're not. They don't seem to pay you much attention with your guild attire to really like stop you. They don't think you're doing anything, so they're just like, yeah, they're probably just keeping a lookout. And yeah, again, that vibe of, especially now that it's a little bit more clear, that vibe of like somewhat excitement, but also readied and attentiveness is also here, especially from the soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Like some people with the Tide Pack people, it just seems like that might just be their vibe in general. Some of the soldiers seem laid back. They don't really seem to expect. Actually, a lot of them seem to be not expecting too much. But there are some Consortium people and some Memorem people that look a little bit. There's some gestures and looks given to between both groups in some cases. You'd hear a couple of small arguments that take place where either a guild person or an Alta Latel person comes over and tries to like break it up between the Memorems and the Consortium people. Or I should say the Control Guard branch. And that's the main. I'd say the Control Guard branch seems to be the main ones causing most of the ruckus with the Memorans, and outside of them, it's probably the Garrison Knights.
Okay.
But it's really just the Control Guard that seem to be the most uppity and asinine. Whenever like a squabble happens, there are some Memorans that also seem to start the fight. Like some of them call them colonizers and like imperialist scum, and that starts a fight. Some of the
Well, as I assume it would.
Yeah, some of the control guard members talk about how they're former they mentioned like they kind of refer to them in like a more satellite state gesture, kind of like a oh, you know, it's the ones that got away type feel. Like there's a there's a vibe that's occasionally rises of upsetness between the two parties, but it isn't like it's not something that is always present. In general, I'd say it's unease or just general like calm, I guess, trying to be at least. But yeah, cutting away. Macy and Macy, Apani, and Imiko, and I guess Latricia. Macy would have told you the reason why she's a little bit I guess upset is the word. She kind of told you already, but she'll like speak up and say, "Yeah, so when I like I said, I got a little like I said, I got a little ahead of myself, I guess you could say. Well, when I directed some of those people to I directed some of our forces to go and aid those Memorens, so I got a stern talking to when I got back to the mainland, and unfortunately, I ran in the Chase first, so yeah. Chase and Emmanuel quite upset with things. They were said I was delaying my guard detail of them for some more. I'm not gonna repeat what one of them said, but
well, in my opinion, I think I'd call helping those Memorem.
I do too, and Hirata did vouch for me, but Hirata is he's a good man, but I think sometimes he misses the forest for the trees. If you catch my drift. He's Oh, Pani would say you also did the right thing. Cool. She would just say he's a man of honor and heart. He's the Porphyllor with the silver armor you've seen.
Mm-hmm.
You may have seen.
Big armor.
Yeah, it's one of the main things for the. I guess you can say outside of Reinhardt, he's one of the main poster people for the military. I guess you could say. A high record of service with both the Tide Pack, Marinas, and General's military. Worked his way up, from what I understand. Respected above the tides and everything else.
Sounds like they earned their spot, just like you.
They certainly did, but he's not exactly. I wouldn't say he's the same type of antagonistic towards the guild, but remember those soldiers I said that don't exactly, I won't say appreciate. He appreciates it, but don't exactly want the guild to do as much. I'd say he falls into that department.
I think I understand where he's coming from, because he kind of wants to help your guys' country, after what happened.
And the way he sees it, I guess he kind of says, as he puts it, he feels like Lapsus has to be able to stand on its own, or the Consortium, I should say, has to be able to stand on its own, and if the guild's bailing us out of everything, then it can't really do that. I understand his point, and I'd be lying if I say I don't agree to some extent, but
yeah,
she kind of looks off to the side and just go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was about to say I agree with him on right on there. Sometimes you gotta have to do it on your own instead of relying on others.
Well, I guess with the guild being so willing to step in, that's kind of hard, But I think the issue is. Well, I think the issue is it's. Even if I agree with that, it's not like I'm blind to things, I was put in this position. Honestly, I probably think because of a pretty face, and because really, I'm not one of the other ne'er-do-wells that did something bad in the past. I often wonder if I was put here just because, well, I don't have any baggage.
Baggage?
remember, there was a lot of changing of hands when the new council got appointed. Isaiah, Koa, things like that. New hands got changed, new leadership. A lot of change. A lot of people not happy with change. A lot of people looking for change.
Yeah, understandable on that.
I wonder
Sometimes.
I guess I just wonder sometimes if I was brought just for change, but not for any worth. Oh, I can't hear you. Say it again?
Hello?
There you are. You're a little quiet.
Hello?
There you are.
Thank you. I think she would say, I disagree on that. I disagree on that. I think Trish and Apani here would also disagree. I think you're also making changes. Well, even if it's a little, it'll eventually stack. You know what I mean?
As long as those changes are for the better, I guess. But even
Yeah.
then, she kind of looks over to the side, like some of the garrison knights over, and some of the control guard, and she says, "I wonder if that's really happening."
Sometimes change takes a while to like even notice.
I guess.
Well, what's in your mind? Anything else?
Nothing really. Like I said, we do what we do best as soldiers and protect our nation.
Damn right. As she like holds up her mug of like alcohol towards her.
Yep, she'll hold up her mug and clink. Or taking a big swig.
Yep, same here.
Yeah.
You know.
You think that things are gonna go well with the summit? She looks off to the side. She looks back over at you directly, I should say now.
50-50. On one hand, it'll probably be finger pointing, yelling, and probably a agreement here and there. Or on the off chance, someone's planning a bomb and deciding to like blow up like half of the representatives. Call me grim.
She laughed. Latricia's like, Imiko.
Yeah, but am I wrong?
Macy just said this. It's fine. You're not the only one having those thoughts. Honestly, there's a couple people around in the control guard, and hell, honestly, I'd be lying if I say there weren't a lot of people around everyone's group thinking something like that. There's this weird, how would I call it, air? Maybe a bit of a mix in the brew, if you, so to speak. Something just feels a bit off, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes this is like a perfect place. It's like a powder keg, Just one match and it all goes out.
I think everyone here can sense the tensions. There's a lot of baggage between, let's be frank, the Consortium and most groups here, but definitely the Consortium and Memorem. And even if, people like Eric or Hook and Hirata might not necessarily, or Vilyata, I should say, not necessarily share that disdain and things like that, or issue, it doesn't necessarily mean it's not there. Well, not among them, but among the people around. I've heard the whispers around town. Some Consortium people are not exactly thrilled to have what was supposed to be a former satellite state representing itself as, true, but they wouldn't really admit. Some of them don't admit that. She kind of looks aside. Some of them. Damn.
Yeah, and who are some of them?
Oh, you know. I heard that you had a dealing with them with the whole Haiti situation. Those, Valiant Hawks is just the name of one of the, quote-unquote militias related to him. But they've been on the rise a lot here in Lapsus. Or in the Consortium, I should say. They're called He kind of says they're called the Altus regime. When she says that, she says it with like a vein of disgust. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I hate them. She says I hate what they represent.
Oh yeah? What they represent?
It was supposed to be any type of change for the future or anything. There's supposed to be a return to what was hateful and rotten with this country.
That's so.
Some of us are too blind to see it. Some of us are willfully walking right into it. You said a powder keg? More like a blazing inferno of bullshit.
Well, that's an image I cannot unsee now.
She looks... bunch of nationalist scum. And Trisha kind of says, well, I mean... She looks over, what? I guess what they... She says, oh, if you're gonna say they care about their country, it's a bit different of a care than me or you, or someone that might care about, like you, for dogma or something. No. She kind of looks over. They'd rather burn everything that doesn't fit right than try to mix the pieces together and make something better.
That's so. As she listens to Macy, I would like to even make a soul sensing and probably a awareness just to see if anyone's looking.
Yeah, listening in. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and roll me awareness. And you said soul sensing? Yeah, go with soul sensing and awareness.
Yeah, either listening in or doing something suspicious while she's like
talking about this. Yeah.
Oh boy, please give me a dub. 21.
21. Listening in, or not listening in. Well, I guess it would be listening to what Koa said. I see.
And a 13 for soul sensing.
You look, as she's talking, you kind of look to the side. There is a few people that's, when they hear the word Altus, there's a few people that's heads turn. Some of them, one of them seems to be a forge master that kind of looks over, kind of concernedly, and then there's a couple other people. You see somebody from the Alta Latel. You see a couple people from the Alta Latel side eye towards, not necessarily, they side eye towards Macy, but it doesn't necessarily, you're not sure if it's directed towards her or if it's directed towards like the group she said. And they kind of, it seems like they're listening in, and there's a couple of control guard you see that listen in, and you notice on one of the back of their necks a hawk symbol.
A hawk symbol.
Yep. On the back of their neck you see a red hawk brand. And they kind of like shrug over to one of their other allies. They mummer something over. One of them nods. And they don't say, they kind of keep to themselves.
Do I hear anything from that particular group?
They just say, they kind of just say that halfling cur speaking about us, and like, and then he says, quiet. Let's see what she says.
Yeah, and soul sensing.
Soul sensing, you don't detect anything too off. Most people's signatures here seem to either be like relatively calmed or not really pronounced so much.
Anything else for that 21 for awareness?
No,
or that'll be all.
That'd be all.
Yeah.
Just a few people you notice kind of listening in. Alto, Latel, a couple control guard, and then a couple forge masters that are nearby. And she just kind of drinks again. Just you hear a gulp. But besides that, I don't really have much to say about that. And just shrugs herself. Just I don't have much to say about that.
Yeah, well, I have a couple things to say about it. That sounds like a nasty piece of work of group, you know.
I'm just saying that let's just say that they've been on the rise in some areas lately, and that Chase fellow is one that seems to rep them quite a lot.
Oh, you mean the kid, right? Yeah, we had a run-in with him. He's, how you say it in your Memorem tongue? Kind of like a yappy dog.
She kind of says, "I'm not Memorem. I'm Lapsian."
Oh, Lapsian. My mistake. Sorry.
That's fine. How would you say it in our tongue? She speaks I don't know if you actually speak Lapsian, but she says something in Lapsian, and then she says, translates to a pompous bigot, if you want me to be more ominous.
Honestly, I thought it'd be a pompous bitch.
That too. He is a bitch, but besides the point. One of the control guard. You notice one of the control guard members kind of sit up a bit, and when they do, they kind of get one of them grabs the other, and then you notice there was a couple forge masters that seemed to sit up as well, looking not at Macy but at them, and there's kind of one of them grabs the other to stop. Macy kind of looks over and she's like, "I shouldn't say too many things. I want to start a fight."
Don't worry. Sometimes people are just so. She says this out loud. So sensitive about things, you know, when they get to talk behind their backs. Even if it's right, she said it out loud. For those.
Yeah. The other one just just kind of grabs the guy and kind of sits him back down, and he just kind of crosses his arm and looks off to the side. And when he looks to the side, you could definitely see the brandished the hawk symbol a bit more. Laetitia kind of just nods and says, "Seems like things are like Koa said, things are tense, even within the consortium. It seems." She kind of says, "You're darn tootin'." Yep, she gulps her drink a bit. But let's try to, for the time being, I'm not thinking about that too much. Let's try to get everyone on the same, at least relative page for this meeting.
You're right. You're right.
I think I know what Ishin's gonna suggest. I heard some murmurings about it when we were leaving we were taking off from the encampment.
Oh? Is that right?
She nods. Yeah, I had a few of my people keep an ear to some things. I didn't exactly tell my superiors, though, but that's besides the point. She says that a bit, a little bit quieter. And she just says, "Yeah, I heard that he's gonna try to make a chance at trying to get Lapsus to be under this, some type of, how would I put it? I guess you could say kind of like how the Consortium is, some type of mass coalition."
A mass coalition? Did they, give themselves a little name, too?
I don't know yet. Haven't heard, but it was just some murmurings from from a couple Memorens that seemed to know a little bit more.
Hey, Macy. A random question. She says this quietly, only for the ears of Legapani and also Trisha and her. Did you see anything strange while you were out and about here?
Out and about here? She kind of likes.
Out of the ordinary, anything not sticking out rat? I mean, something like not sticking in rat?
She leans in. Not particularly, but there are some people doing some once-overs of others. Well, I'd be amiss to say that there isn't some spying going around from different groups. It's not exactly surprising, and I don't exactly fault. This is one of the first few times, I think. It's funny, while we're at a peace summit, it feels like a lot of people are being a little bit more bodacious with their displays of things. I've noticed with the floats and such, there's been such a weird kind of bend towards force. I noticed even Memorem bought their new models.
Well, technically, and if you excuse my rudeness, this summit is, after all, a dick measuring contest.
Would be right. I think to a certain extent it's customary, even if I'm not exactly a big fan of it. But that being said, outside of the occasional spying that I've noticed, I've had some reports. You can see she kind of massages she drinks something and kind of massages it a bit in her mouth for a moment, and then she kind of washes the words a bit more in her mouth and then gulps, and she'll say, "I think there might be someone else here."
Oh? And who are they?
If I knew that, I would have been able to tell some of my superiors. I don't know. But a few people I had looking around. Well, I shouldn't say looking around. Being in certain areas, especially looking after one of our new models, we noticed there was something off, something a bit. There was some missing. Well, I think there was some missing documents.
Oh, of what exactly?
Plans about a potential troop movement and such during the summits.
Think someone is trying to sabotage it from the inside?
Potentially. Well, the good news is that and then once I noticed it, I had made some separate types of movements, so we can shift to different things if we need to. That's cool, Pony. And she kind of just says, yeah. Though, I don't want to say it. No, I don't want to be too presumptuous. Is everyone that... She looks over and she makes sure that Ishin is not around, and neither is Roka. I don't mean this in the way that some of the others might. Everyone that came with you from Memorem, are you sure you can trust all of them?
Oh, like who? For example?
I don't have any names, but... One of my people, they said they smelt some type of odor, so to speak.
Odor? She like hold up her hand. Hey, he looks to like Trish and I'm like, hey, look, I washed, okay? So I'm not to blame, okay?
Chuckles, that's not what I mean.
Yeah,
Yes.
like,
And Trisha's like, Trisha kind of thinks, she's like, you don't mean, she's like, I told you, I'm not no bigot like some others around. No, it's more of a, and I think you might know yourself, Trish, or Trisha. Actually, a couple of you might, if depending on how much of a gearhead you are. You can notice a certain smell of certain types of technology. It's hard to say, but certain fuel sources and stuff, the way they burn, the way they smell, sometimes it leaves linger an aftertaste, or after odor, I guess you could say. And I tried to praise myself on having a pretty good nose. I might not be one of you more beast ilk, but I think my nose is pretty good. She kind of motions to you and Latricia.
Oh.
Well, this odor I associate with Memorem technology, or specifically the way Memorem engines work. There's a certain gunpowder odor to them, a certain thing they mix in the brew. It gets it a bit more, how would I put it? It's just a certain, as you guys says, the flavor, it's almost like it's like a bit of mixture of a spice, more of a spicy taste on your tongue. And a strange mixture, or a strange aroma that almost makes you imagine you're in a hot savannah.
Hot savannah. Where did your
That was the
acquaintance?
Thing. When we noticed the missing documents, that was what one of them described to me. They said they smelt a weird aroma around one of the areas. My men are pretty good with their nose about things. We gotta be, don't want to make sure nothing explodes, and we don't mix the wrong brews with some of the newer models. They have a particular type of alchemical mixture to run on.
Kind of like sulfur, right? Sulfur, brimstone kind of thing, right?
Well, not brimstone, but there's definitely a sulfur feel. They want us to use that new compound fuel, but I don't really trust that shit.
What's it called exactly?
She kind of thinks. Compound 338 something, from what I recall. It's been a new thing that's been going around the Consortium. Actually, I think all Lapsus. It's rather cheap to get, and it's been abundant, at least from a couple places. Gilded Forges sells it, and they've been peddling it around my forge masters for a while. I guess they talked some of the blaze casters into using it.
And it's the exact same smell of it, right?
No, different thing altogether. That stuff smells. Honestly, if you want my real, she kind of like scrubs her nose, scrunches her nose. Smells like rotten flesh or something. It smells awful.
Ah.
This stuff didn't smell bad. It's just a particular odor, is all I mean. But no, that compound shit, ugh.
Yeah,
like,
while she talks. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You continue.
No, she would just say, it's like a rotting flesh, or like I'm smelling the earth, not earth, the Jakar rotten.
While Macy talks, could I make a check of sorts? Something like, just like ascertain what kind of smell that first one is.
Yep, roll me either a recollection or a knowledge engineering.
Yeah, just check. Yep, let me just see that. Engineering, you said? I think I'll just make a recollection, yeah.
Alright. Is your engineering worse than your recollection?
Yeah.
Alright, 18. You recall the smell. It kind of takes you for a moment as the smell's described to you. And then you remember a particularly spicy kind of smell. When Balin kind of did her little shenanigans, it caused something to spill. And you remember that smell. It was the fuel source one of the fuel sources that they use for their armored knights.
Really? It smelled the exact same thing?
Yep, when it burns, it has a kind of spicy, almost like taste to it or smell to it. You know, like when you smell something and it gives you it almost gives you like a taste in your mouth, kind of like that is what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like an aftertaste of sorts.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think Himiko will probably say, you know, funny that you mentioned it. Funny that you mentioned about that smell. I was, investigating here and there, and while we were on our way here to the summit, one of the, I forget, was it Memorem mechs?
She got her ear. Oh, you asking me? Yes, it was.
Yes, like Memorem like mechs.
Yeah,
we were one of
so you know the name
with
of them
the
now.
Memorem. Yeah, we were with the group that was here. You know Relka, right? And the group.
She nods and she's like, "Oh, is it that? I overheard. Was that girl that was with Oh, sorry. Is that lass that was with Asheen? Yeah. It left a little bit ago. I saw.
Yeah, fancy that because they investigating here and there. I did smell that same smell that you described. You mentioned on one of them mechs. That gas.
She kind of nods. You think that they might be? She has some. I was thinking my suspicions might just be. I was hoping they were unwarranted, but it sounds like there might be more to it.
It could be more to it. Could be someone trying to put the blame on someone.
Maybe. Unfortunately, I wish I had more information, but I really don't. And that's all we really have at the moment. And with everyone's suspicion of, everyone at the moment, I think it would be hard for me to talk to Revka about this without, weird vibes. Plus, I think it would be really bad in my current situation if I started talking with some Memorem people at the moment.
I could ask, perhaps.
If you could, that'd be helpful.
We have Relka. Yeah, Relka and the little group, just to see. And I should also ask if you got any evidence of what you claim. Maybe I could investigate here and there. Isn't that right, Trish?
Trish nods. I imagine Apani would nod. She'll kind of say, I'll see what I can dig up. Emmanuel's gonna be pissed, but that's fine. What Emmanuel doesn't know can't hurt him. She kind of gives a wink.
Well, if Manny gets pissed, well, let him get pissed mad regardless.
And she kind of looks over. How much trouble would you be in if it was found out you were doing some stuff with Liz? She's like, oh, there you go again, making me feel bad. Making me feel bad about being jealous of you guild folk.
Well,
she kind of looks down a bit. She's like, I mean nothing by it. You're just good-hearted. It's nice to see, I guess. We have our good sorts. I'm not downplaying our people. But as you can see, we got a few bad apples. I guess everyone does, but it's just more noticeable when you gotta lead some people.
Well, sometimes you gotta have to either bear with it and wear you down, or stand up to it. Make a change, you know?
Do what I can.
Yep, clearly. He nods.
She sits up. Alright, bartender, one for the road. I gotta get going somewhere. He kind of comes over and he will give her something. She's like, hey, this isn't
By now
booze.
it'd be like evening.
Well, it's probably around, it's probably like afternoon. Late afternoon.
Okay.
So like 3 or 4 or 5, giving around there. And she will he kind of looks over. She's like, this is coffee. This is coffee to make sure that you a bit more adjusted. You alright?
Yeah, I just choked on water.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright, well. He says, this is to make sure that you're a little bit more up to speed on more in your right mind for things. He kind of looks over, and he kind of says, are you saying? He's like, no. He kind of holds up his hand. Miss Macy, I am saying this as a bartender that cares deeply about your afternoon and evening activities going forward. She gives him a look, and he just kind of gives her a wink. She kind of says, straight and narrow, yeah. Alright.
Oh.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, Macy, but before you go, is that dwarf with you, that guy who's that other guy, what was his name? That was peddling the castle leg mech?
Castle mech?
Yeah. Unless he's not with you. Just wanna know.
She's confused. Who are you talking about? I mean, we have some castle units here, but...
Oh, no, that's a different guy from a different group. But, actually, onto that mech. There is something that you know, she whispers. While I was investigating, I did find some control modules. What was it I found in the mech?
Oh yeah, the remote shut-off switches. Yes, those.
The remote shut-off switch.
Yeah.
Yes. Something called a remote shut-off switch.
She kind of furrows her brow. That's odd. No, sure not.
Yes, in the Memorem mechs. Granted, it could be training mechs, but...
Yeah, she was gonna say, that's what I'd expect from training mechs, but if they're sending them out into service, they'd probably remove some of that. Unless...
Yes.
And she stops, she thinks.
Yes, I think my advice for you, Macy, double, triple check your mechs, because it looks like someone's about to do some real dirty shit.
She kind of thinks. Remote controls. If that's the case, they aren't corded armored knights, which means it's probably some type of wireless signal. An EM field. Maybe. But that technology hasn't been fully perfected. I don't think the Memorem could really do it. She's murmured to herself. I gotta look into some things, but I'll talk with you later tonight. Most people's guard detail is staying at the inn here, with a few of them staying at other inns around. I imagine you all are staying here, so I'll meet you back here later tonight.
Of course.
Same
Yeah,
place?
you take care.
She looks
Same
over.
place.
Alright, Bodil, you know what that means? He's like, yes, that means I will have a drink ready. And she will walk off. Latricia kind of looks over to you. She'll, like, take the seat next, kind of feeling like where Macy was. And she'll just say, so what are you thinking? She, like, leans down to kind of whisper.
I think that there's some bullshit afoot.
Well, that's evident, but what type of bullshit do you mean? I'm thinking it might be something to do with our Memorem friends.
Yeah, but who knows? Because it might not be our Memorem friend. Could be the Lapsus, could be anyone. The mechs could have that remote shutdown.
I was wondering about that. I heard what she meant. I heard her mama something about an EM field. An electromagnetic field is what she's talking about.
Yeah, what to do?
Well, it's more about, well, I guess it's hard to say, but if certain types of energy dispersed in an area can cause disruptions for other types of machines. But that's not the only ones. There's other types of fields, like anti-fields and things like that, that can shut off things like spiritual signatures.
Huh. You thinking that once everyone's in place, it will like automatically like shut down everyone in the area of sorts?
Perhaps. If someone was going to try to do... There's the thing I was thinking about, as I've been kind of scoping out the general vibes of everyone, as well as the personnel. With everyone as they are, I would think it'd be pretty difficult, even for a large group of, to amass and deal with this, everyone here. It's too congested, too
target rich, you mean?
It's more that there's too much defenses around. You wouldn't want to, if you're going to do an attack, you would want to do a hit and run, some type of guerrilla warfare warfare endeavor. And even then, you'd have to attack different specific spots where people are the most weakest.
I think, it's just my opinion, but what if it's not just like an attack? What if it's a message?
A message?
A message that despite all defenses you have in the world, you're still not safe.
If it's more for a political or otherwise message, in that case, the winning aspect of this wouldn't necessarily be taking out everyone at the council per se. It could be potentially, as you said, just sending the message that they're not safe. If that's the case, the only thing they need to be able to do is successfully mount certain operations in the area. But still, with all the defenses, that would be difficult. But that leads us back to the whole remote shutoff thing. If multiple of the... Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry. We can go ahead, if you want, Trish.
Well, if I was always going to say... all I was going to say was, if someone was going to shut off the armored knights that Memorem had, and I think what Macy was thinking about as well, it means that if there's someone that can do that, they might be looking for other ways to shut off units and equipment from most other groups. It would equalize a lot of things. If everyone can't use their armored knights, then that makes things a lot more difficult to fight. It also puts everyone in disarray as they're trying to figure out what's going on.
Not only that, we also have that third party that we encountered.
Well, if that's
back at the mansion.
If that, she kind of says, I'm imagining a third party might be the ones doing this.
Yes, and you did like heard that Macy's about that smell, right?
She nods.
Yeah, so we got that point of reference to see whatever we can find.
She's like, I think... Her demeanor kind of shifts. No, I'm certain of it. There's going to be an attack tomorrow.
Well, obviously. Everyone probably knows it by now.
I don't think everyone does, that's the thing. She looks around to the side. I can tell the difference of decorum in some of these soldiers. Some of them are thinking it's going to come from the other side as well, and if it does, they're probably thinking they can deal with it. None of them are suspecting that any of their tools might fail them.
Either way, though, someone's probably gonna incite that regardless.
I think. Okay, wait. Just to ask, it's not like a hotel or whatever.
Yes,
it's a hotel.
It's a hotel.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the one we're all staying at?
Yes, that's the one you're all staying at. You would have been told, like,
okay, I figured.
you could have called Balin and they would have told you, like, where everyone is staying at, so.
Also, at this point, with me soul sensing, I probably would have felt them. Anyway.
Yeah, you could have made your way there, yeah.
So we can just say that I did that now.
Yep. You'll make your way here. We'll be ending the session, basically, as that's happening. But yeah, she just kind of nods. Go ahead.
But so like, point of being, there's probably an inside person here amongst us.
Well, a few. She kind of looks to the side. Honestly, there's not even a guarantee it's only from from around the Memorens as well. Apani is going to slink away and go look for a Sheen.
Yeah, but
that's also literally what I was going to do when I came in.
Yeah, she's about to go in and contact Ashin and basically tell him. I mean, I guess you actually have his number, so I imagine she'll slink to the side and say, like, where is he? She needs to tell him that there's definitely going to be an attack. Meanwhile, Imiko, Latricia kind of still talking to you. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. But, could be like a group, could be one person in there. It could be everyone, a diverse, like, from everywhere. But who knows?
She kind of thinks. After Pawnee's left for a moment, she kind of thinks, if I was going to do something like this, she kind of thinks, my first method would be would be some type of initial incident, something that sparks disarray. Not necessarily inherently infighting, but disarray and confusion. Get everyone concerned and questioning certain things. Next, controlled strikes around a certain area. That would make the concern immediately flood into fear, turmoil. Everyone would be looking at others, and that would let prejudgments go. Let that simmer for a moment, and let that simmer for a moment, and let people begin to make their own conclusions and start making their own first moves. As that's happening, then she kind of closes her eyes and thinks. Then I would go in for my main targets, making strategic strikes. Once I was done with that, if you said, if this was to prove do a message, if my goal was not necessarily to win in the conquering area, so to speak, or taking area, or taking people by area, I would simply pull back as soon as I've made my presence, after I've made my presence known and my ability to act.
Yep.
It would also mean I would limit the amount of damage I would sustain. A simple, quick attack for only a brief few moments. Strategic strikes would do the rest, and then the ensuing turmoil, well, that would be enough to make other people do the dirty work for you, so to speak. Unless, of course, there was a greater head that comes up, but
as she finished that, I think Himiko would close her eyes and do one more soul sensing just to see if anything that sticks out.
Feel free.
Do I count?
I mean, you would say, yeah, you're probably gonna sense him even without the check as he walks in. And then as he walks in, let's just show a turnover.
Sort of winded too, by the way.
Yeah, you've been flying around the entire day.
I've been flying around all day. I've been expelling like a shit ton of energy.
Yeah, you're getting real fatigued. You sense Titus and nothing out of the ordinary too much. Apani to the side, and it seems to be like they're looking for a Sheen. Or contacting a Sheen, but outside of that, nothing too crazy. Letitia will wave over to Titus and say, "Oh, hello, Titus. How are you doing?" And she'll just sit up.
I walk over. I need to speak to a Sheen. Where he is.
That might be hard. I think Apani just left to go find him. But
Fine.
well, he and Roka went out for a bit. They went to go see some of the different Memorem, I guess you could call them districts.
You know, Trish, when you say it like that, I think we should definitely pay Ashina a visit just to be safe.
Well,
Actually,
you
like,
guys
it's
are here, so I might as well tell you too.
Yeah, what is it?
I've been kind of holding this back because I wasn't sure, but
If you
I
need to
am
use the
now.
bathroom, it's right over there.
Shut up.
Uh,
I'm sure just chuckles a bit. Go ahead.
You guys remember what I used to do before I got here, right?
Well,
yeah.
as much as you've told us, yeah.
Yeah, why? Exactly.
Well, I can't say I believe anymore. It's damn near confirmed now. Part of people that were in my old crew, the gang that me and Balin were running,
Yeah. You mean that Slaver gate, correct?
they're the third party.
Excuse me?
Funny thing is, I don't
Like
actually
me.
think he told you that yet. The whole the
No.
slaver part. Yes, he did not say.
Oh
that
no,
yet.
okay.
You
that's-
know
that's
as a
gone
player, but he didn't say that yet.
Oh right. I
Yeah.
thought he did.
Nope.
No, I
specifically
didn't.
He specifically.
I said that they were in. I said they were involved in slavery. I said the guild, the gang
slavery.
itself was involved in
Yes.
slavery.
Oh, I guess that's fair. He didn't necessarily
Oh.
say he was involved in that per se.
Yeah.
I mean,
said
even if it
the-
was a limited time, he did not necessarily do that. If you want to put 2 and 2 together, that's feel free. But he never specifically said that was. I would say the
That
way it
was
came out,
no-
it sounded like he was not present when that changed when he was leading it. That was not the case.
Right.
But that's not entirely a lie. At least we'll say the change happened, but he never made that clear. He made it seem like it was a before thing. I just know because this has been an important point, but yes,
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could probably retcon that if you want.
No, it's alright. I mean, you would know that they like did do some nasty stuff before he was leading them, but that's you could refer to that. I think it could make sense. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
I just thought about it for a while. I was like, oh wait, no, I guess they do kind of know some things. I just don't know of Titus's involvement with some things.
Alright, so Titus. Go ahead.
She said that they were part of the same group, right?
Yeah, I said that they
Just making
were.
sure I
I
remembered,
said that they were the third party.
They're the third party? Really?
I had a feeling before when I fought with them initially. I wasn't sure. I went back home in Memorem to just check some things out. Out of it led to something that I didn't want to believe, but it's definitely confirmed today.
You know,
I
it's
just
kinda
felt one
hard.
of them that I thought was dead.
You know, it's kind of hard to believe that a gang that you ran with this suddenly got this much power.
Patricia kind of nods.
Not sudden.
The difference is, Jana says, I don't know, it's been a while since Titus was part of that group, it sounds like. I thought you said that group was destroyed, though.
Yeah, disbanded of sorts.
A lot of things happened after I left, so
Right.
I can't really say for certain, but I know. Well, for one, I thought that they all died, every single one of them. But I found out from talking to what was his name? I remembered it as soon. Ah, God,
Who is
the guy?
Which guy? A recent guy? Was it someone you recently talked to?
Yeah, not recently, but before we
Before you
to
left.
come here.
Oh, I know who it is. Pepper knows who it is as well. I just don't.
Yeah, she does.
Yumiko, do you remember who it is? I mean, I know they don't know that you talked with them past initially, but still.
But you definitely know who.
Wait, did I talk to them particularly?
You did. You
Or
did
do I
talk to
know?
them.
You have talked to them.
You have talked to them. Not as much as Titus did, but you did talk with them.
Wait.
Yeah.
It's
Recently.
not fucking E-Boy, is it?
No, not E-Boy.
Oh.
Recently.
Yeah.
Recently, like during the summit?
No, before the summer.
No, before like when we were
Before you
we
left.
Before we left Quero.
Before on the island, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah,
Yeah.
my brain.
He said
Come
his
on.
name too.
I've
today.
said his name several times
Yes.
today.
Oh, is it? No, it's not Tahari, is it?
Yeah, it's Tahari.
Yes.
Yes.
It was Tahari.
Oh
There you go.
God.
I knew
Wait,
I'd
it's
know it when I
Tahari,
heard
what?
it, but yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, Tahari.
No
I
fucking
talk-
way.
after I talked to Tahari, he gave me some information that proved that they were alive, or at least that they didn't die when I thought they did.
Well, I mean, it's just words, Titus.
Well,
Does he have
it's
any
more than words now because today I felt her.
Felt who exactly?
Well, Trisha also listened to him.
She was one of my close friends.
Oh.
Her name was.
Oh. He looks to Trish with like a knowing look. Oh.
Not that close. Hold on.
Right.
God, it's...
Is it Umbra?
Don't write this.
No, it's not. It wasn't.
Oh, no. Editor.
Oh, okay.
Her name was Neil Job.
Her name is Neil?
Trisha kind of nods. Neo.
She was. Honestly, she kind of reminded me of you, Rico.
Excuse me? Like how so?
A little chaotic, very gifty, pain in my ass.
Oh yeah? Well, it sounds definitely like me.
She kind of.
How do you know that it's...
Oh, God, sorry.
How do you know it's her and it's not like someone, disguising as itself, Who knows?
I've worked with her for 10 years about. We've been through enough for me to be able to tell. And plus it's definitely a move that she would do it with. She was there 1 second and then gone the next.
A benefactor.
When it comes to spiritual energy, not many people can hide from me.
Oh.
Latricia just does a benefactor.
Yeah.
They got a benefactor.
Hey,
Wait, what?
I don't want to be the
She kind of
I
says,
don't want to interrupt.
she looks over at Emiko. Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but we should probably move and walk towards, to Asheen and them, and
No,
she
No, we
motions
need to go
with
to
her
our
finger.
room. Let Apani handle getting a sheen. We need to go to our room.
Fine.
Tell her
Okay,
that
let's
she needs to come to us.
She gonna nod. She already knows. And
Okay.
she will take you guys up to the room to have this discussion a bit more. And that is where we will end it. As you get to the room, Latricia will say, "I think I understand what happened to you happened, Titus. With you and Blayland, what that all was about. Outside of the personalness, I think I know why."
You
And
think?
she kind of says,
No.
They needed resources. They have a benefit.
Resources for what? What exactly?
What's about to happen?
For what they're about to for what they're about to do. My guess is it's gonna happen tomorrow.
I mean, yeah. Not only that, we also have to contend with the mechs too, unfortunately.
That is where we will end.
What? What's wrong with the mechs?
That's where we'll end.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the mech?
Yeah.
Cliffhanger.
Alright. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you at the next part, because the next part's gonna be a big one. We got some stuff.
We got shit to do before the summit, and then I'm guessing the summit.
Oh
right?
yes. Oh yes.
Yeah. Also, I thinking of it's nighttime, right?
Yeah, it's basically evening
No.
now. It's getting to evening now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not night,
once
but
everyone like. Yeah, because I'm thinking of doing a little Emiko snooping.
Snooping, yeah.
See, I was thinking of going back out there too after our little.
You know what? I think
talk.
she would
We
go
could
with,
go together.
Latricia is also planning on contacting Lyshishka about this all. That's also why she wanted to go up to the room.
Also, while I went to the thing, let's just say Titus, you know, he thinks a lot. So while he was like perched up there, he came up to, you know, the conclusion that he came up to. And while he was on his way back, or while he was on his way to the hotel, that's when he contacted Baylor and pretty much told her everything that he was thinking, and then made it to y'all. And we can say even that Balin convinced him to tell.
Yeah, probably convinced you. I think Balin also would have probably given Lyshishka a call as well, because...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, Kaya. Yeah, she would have probably talked to Kaya, and Kaya would have talked to Lyshishka, and that's Latricia's probably catching up now. So yeah, we will say that's where we end. All right, everyone. Don't forget to do your likes and comments and all the other stuff. What do you think will happen next? It surely will be a fun time at the summit.
Someone's gonna
You're all
die.
gonna die.
Someone might.
You're gonna die.
They might have a name that ends with I and N. Well, last name ends with I, and first name ends with N.
In?
Yes. I'm joking.
Yeah.
Alright, see you all in the next part.